Hello, my viewers. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing. Alright, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Johnny, and today we're going to play some Fallout 4. We have a lot of quests we have to do in this game today. First things first, I'm going to ask for a bowl of soup. You guys can do the same in the chat. Type in !soup, and the Nightbot will deliver you some soup. I might start adding emojis in there to have some extra immersion. Nightbot is our moderator to let the moderators step in. It is 11:06 a.m. on the East Coast. It is a beautiful, beautiful sunny day. And I am in a fairly good mood. Things have been going in my favor. While I talk, let's get some stuff done at base camp. Ada, I'm going to need you to move. Please move, thank you. So, I'm in power armor. Oh, by the way, I've been using power armor for the last couple of days. Hold on. How do I do this? There we go. I've been using the XO2 power armor for the last couple of days and the Hellfire armor. It's really nice. I've never been a power armor kind of guy, but now I'm starting to have a change of heart. So maybe we'll do some Fallout 76 in the near future and do some multiplayer with it too. I don't really know. Today was an amazingly good day. I woke up. Things were going well. I woke up at 6 a.m., which never happens. I never wake up at 6 a.m. And I sat there in bed. I stared at the ceiling, went to use the bathroom, went back, laid back in bed, stared at the ceiling, realized it was way too early to do anything. And then slowly I passed out all over again. Then I woke up around, I want to say 8:30. Remember that's 11:07. A lot of things have happened in the last 3 hours, 2.5 hours, whatever. Um, and when I woke up at 8:30, I kind of just feeling it, just trying to figure out what I want to do with my day. Scrolled through my YouTube news feed. Good morning, winter. The synthetic person in real life is still sleeping, but the one in the game is moving around. Anyway, I went to my YouTube news feed, saw what was going on in the world. Apparently, there's a stimulus coming in at some point in the near future. So, money problems have been solved. Yay. Nah, I don't really know. I don't know if my money problems have been solved. But it would be nice if, it would be nice if the money problems got solved. I mean, to be fair, work has been a nightmare trying to find a job, and it has kind of torn me down. It's torn me down so much that I feel a lot of negative energy in my life, and I've been frustrated with things lately. And sometimes I find myself taking it out on other people. JD Delay, for example, and Cyrax is another example. Now, I don't know where this Cyrax business is going to go. I really don't. Part of me is kind of just taking it one step at a time. Kind of just, I don't know, going with emotions, I guess, at the moment. But, hold on, is it really Radiation Storm? Do we really need that right now? No, it's actually not. Radiation Storm was short. But I have issued a challenge to Cyrax. He says he can kick my rear end. And personally, I would like to see him try. This is the land of opportunity. We live in America. So I've issued a fully legal, fully sanctioned street fight. A lot of people probably know he's never going to say yes. But I want him to have the manhood to say no. Okay? He can do either one. Yes or no. He can make this happen. I mean, worst comes to worst, we'll just start throwing hands in the parking lot somewhere. Um, but anyway, what was my point? My point is, I issued a street fight challenge to Cyrax that he can, as he put it, kick my rear end. If he doesn't want to, all he has to do is have the cojones to say no. There's no shame in saying no. But if he doesn't say no, then I'm going to continue to take out my frustrations on him. Because let's be honest here, he's a predator, and predators deserve to have their life turned into a living hell. That being said, he says, yes, we'll have a lolcow smackdown, the first ever showdown in Akron. Because when Marty fought Cyrax way back when, there was a man. If you're new to this whole situation, there was a guy named Music Biz Marty who basically went to throw down with Cyrax, and that was basically a very short fight because Marty fell over and squashed him. I'm going to do much more than squash him, but at this point in time, you know. Anyway, so that being said, I've thrown out this challenge. I'm waiting for a response. Hopefully we get a response at some point. If we don't, well, he has till Friday to make up his damn mind. That being said, that was kind of what was going on the last few days, and the job thing has made me frustrated, so I'm taking out my frustration on Cyrax. If we're being completely transparent, I just want to see him rage. For the first time in my life, I'm starting to understand trolls, understand why they do what they do, understand why they try to pick on people. I'm understanding this culture of bullying. It's not that I support bullying. I don't support bullying. But at the same time, I understand why they do it. They live terrible lives. Trolls have lives that suck, and they want to take out their frustration on somebody to make the pain go away. The mental and emotional pain, I'm sure. That being said, I get why they do it. Do I approve? Not really, but here I am doing the same thing now. And I feel like, you know what? Sometimes in life, if you're going to bully someone who deserves it. Why not a predator like Cyrax? So, trying to hate trolls less, because I do understand why they do what they do now. It's not that they hate me, it's that they hate their life and they need some way to express that, and they're not good at self-expression. That makes sense. Which explains why there's entire communities of trolls out in the world. I'm not a troll, by the way. Will never accept that status because I do not want to be a troll. I want to be a gaming YouTuber. Although, let's be honest here, sometimes, just sometimes, it sure as hell looks like you are one. Alright, well, what can you do? Not a troll. Just frustrated the world around me. If I do this long term, then I'm a troll. I don't want to be a troll, guys. I really don't want to be. I just want the job market and the job opportunities to come back. I want Donald Trump to do what he said he was going to do and make jobs a thing again. I want the economy to flourish. Let's say this stimulus that might be coming out, it's might. Keyword might. It might not happen. Let's say the stimulus pops up. Yeah, that'll make things easier. But will it fix the economy? No. And I want the economy to be good. Because remember, money is a finite resource. After a while, you're going to need things to level out. That's what I really want. And I'm sick and tired of struggling to survive. I'm sick and tired of having no money. I'm sick and tired of being a nobody. And I'm sick and tired of wondering when things are going to get better. That's my problem. What in the hell is that? Alright, we got a giant Yaguai. No, I'm not injured. My power armor's holding on nicely. Anyway, that being said, that's kind of where I stand right now. Hold on, sore throat. Do I want to get a Gatorade or something? Anyway. For the time being, I figure we'll play some video games, make some money on YouTube. We'll see what this Cyrax thing goes. If it goes nowhere, well, look, just between me, you, and the fence post, knowing Cyrax will probably see this at some point. If you guys can, avoid telling him about it, right? I don't see the Cyrax thing going anywhere because here's my theory. Cyrax is desperate for views. He's a predator who's been suffering ever since he got caught. By me. Okay, that was the last time it happened. Have there been other stings since then? I don't recall, but because usually people on the inside tell me about these things, and I haven't heard much. There have not been a whole lot of Cyrax stings since it's happened. There was his girlfriend blowing her head off. Then there was the drama with Marty dying, which really is kind of sad. May he rest in peace, bless his soul. But beyond that, I don't recall any stings since this last happened. If I'm wrong, well, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I see Censor at the top of the screen, but I don't see any red dots anywhere on my compass. Oh, there he is, right there. Um, so I'm assuming the reason why he's complaining about me is because I'm the last one to bust his rear end. I'm trying to refrain from cussing. I'm really trying to refrain from cussing because I'm trying to be a better YouTuber. Let's be honest here. I shouldn't need to cuss to gain a following. Anyway, um, Cyrax is only doing what he's doing with me because he knows that if he picks a fight with me, it's a lot like when I pick a fight with JD. It's going to guarantee him views. And it turns out he has gained some pretty notable followers since this beef began. Part of me is thinking, I don't want to give Cyrax views. So part of me is thinking about just dropping it all together and then finding a way to terminate his channel. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm talking about ban evasion. Ban evasion on YouTube is a great service because what basically happens is if you are terminated or banned from YouTube and you create another account, as Cyrax has currently done, all you have to do is know a previous account he had and report him for ban evasion. That is a violation of YouTube's terms of service and community guidelines, and insurance Cyrax will be terminated, which means I don't need to do very much. Part of me wants to keep this drama going, though, because it might rake me in some views. It also might make the Cyrax community a little bit happy, because let's be honest here, they haven't seen a good rage fest since Marty died. And I don't know, it just hasn't really been the same ever since. Not that I want to be a part of that community. I just don't want to be enemies with them anymore. I think we've gone through our beef. I've said some mean things in the past. I've had some unfriendly opinions of them over the last couple of years, and I don't regret those opinions. I just think that at the end of the day, the more and more I learn about this community, the more and more I understand. It's hard for me to understand people because I'm not good at making friends, which means talking to people is not my strong suit. And I apologize for that. Just so you all know, I'm an admitted a-hole, okay? Nightbot just push that person out of there. Slander is not acceptable here. I'm also aware that Cyrax said he would attack my channel with slander, so I'm not really worried about it. He's just picking up bullshit from somebody else. But anyway, it's whatever. So, that being said, where was I at before I got mildly distracted? Yeah, I'm not trying to be enemies with the Cyrax community anymore, but at the same time, I don't want to be a part of their community. You know what I mean? Just doesn't seem to be worthwhile to my time. So, yeah, basically going back to the point I had originally that led into all that. Jobs have sucked. I need somewhere to put out my frustrations, and lately I've chosen Cyrax. Because Cyrax picked a fight with me, it only makes sense I would retaliate. But anyway, beyond the looking at Yahoo News and struggling with work and wondering the stimulus thing is legitimate, I also noticed when I opened the front door that it is a beautiful sunny day out right now. It's a nice day in the summer. Not a whole lot's really going on in the gaming world. There's some things in the gaming news that are kind of cool. Xbox has a new handheld. I could care less about the handheld personally. And, got like a phlegm in my throat. What else is going on in the gaming news? Deadpool has a VR game coming out at some point, voiced by Neil Patrick Harris, which sounds kind of cool. And Outer Worlds 2 is $80, so I won't be buying it. I'll play it on the Game Pass, guys, but I will not pay for $80 for that game. I think $80 for games is ridiculously overpriced. That pops up in my newsfeed a lot, too. I follow a lot of gaming stuff. Twitch is burning as a platform. Everybody's slowly leaving that platform, which I guess that's what Twitch deserves. They banned me for having a problem with predators being on social media. Like, what does that say about Twitch? Twitch, like, you can't be mad at predators for being on social media. They're people, too. I'm like, excuse me? You want to run that by me again? So obviously, I'm not on Twitch anymore. I've also removed the Twitch counter from our view counter because what's the point? We will never be on Twitch ever again. And at this point, probably for the best. Meat between two slices of bread is a sandwich, which means stand down. He lost the sandwich fight and his life. All right. We'll let Moss live. So, yeah, there's not a whole lot really going on in gaming news other than everything's overpriced. I think Donald Trump's tariffs really screwed up everything. Everybody likes to say Donald Trump is doing a great job. If you're rich, you're not going to notice the difference because you already have a lot of money. Poor and working class are going to notice a sizable difference in prices. I don't like Donald Trump very much. I think he's kind of, what's the word I'm going to use here? Douchey. I think he's douchey. And I don't know what moron thought it was a good idea to slap tariffs on everything and make everything overpriced. In fact, I was reading into it today. Apparently, the prices are only going to go up, which is absolutely disgusting. That's just disgusting to me. I know it's not disgusting in a recreational sense, like, it's gross. I mean, it's disgusting that human beings think you can fix the economy by overinflating all the prices in the country. And it's consumer prices mainly. We can talk about realty all day long, but that is what it is. It's a whole other topic for a whole other day. I was looking at the actual what people were saying on the news. Well, not the news, online news, I guess. Is it really the news at that point? And apparently, prices are definitely only going to go up. You're going to notice it within the next year. Probably next few months to a year, but still. I'm not ready for that. Like, give us a stimulus or give us better benefits, make jobs more of a thing, make it so we can afford these things. Like, it's weird that they want to make everything cost more, and yet we don't have money coming in like that. So how are we going to pay for things? If you want people to buy your product as a merchant, right? You need your consumers to be able to afford it. Otherwise, you don't understand your market. In order for people to pay for things, money needs to be a necessity for the consumer to have. Otherwise, what's the point? I mean, I've complained about the job application process and how employers don't hire you unless you fit a certain demographic. Blacks, gays, and women seems to be the overall theme I've noticed. Now, when you're wrong, you're wrong. People are still getting hired when they're white. But like I said, women, gays, it's not exactly equal. I saw a gunner coming at me, so we're just going to mow through him. Do not get in the way of my guns, guys. Alright, Donovan, you go ahead and do that. Did Winter just pick up the plasma rifle? Donovan, Donovan, you really need to get out of the way when I'm shooting. Alright, there we go. The gunners are down. Alright, back to my topic, right? I've noticed that certain demographics get jobs easier than other demographics. And I think that's kind of messed up. But is that the entirety of the problem? No. The entirety of the problem is that prices are so overpriced So those jobs become an absolute necessity. Otherwise, we need to figure out other ways to make it possible. You cannot afford to have a market if there's no way to buy the product. Otherwise, if no one can buy your product, there's no product going out. Nothing's being sold. Therefore, it stands still on both sides, and it's an economic collapse. I was reading into this morning. I think the problem with that is that if Donald Trump really wanted to fix the economy, there's more than one way he could do that, and I don't see him actually doing it. I see him twiddling his thumbs and raising the prices for whatever reason he has. Like, why are you picking a fight with China right now? Pick a fight with China when we can afford it. I mean, maybe I don't understand socioeconomics or something, but like at the end of the day, it's been a struggle. So now I find myself out there filling out hundreds, I mean, 400 to 500 applications. It was ridiculous. Now I'm at a point where I just don't want to do it anymore. I'm burned out and trying to find a job. What's stupid is my options are so limited to make things work. Stop the hunger of the poor, but not the greed of the rich. Yeah, that's very true. Very true. I feel like I don't want to fill out applications anymore. I don't want to look for a job anymore because I'm so burned out by it. My mental health can only take so much. But the problem is that if I don't look for a job, then I can't afford anything. And then I'm starving. I mean, I can go a couple days without eating, I'm sure. It's not healthy to do that. You need to be eating something. No matter how big you might be, it's always good to make sure you have food in your system because then, well, exercise and everything else kind of is a necessity too. Don't get me wrong. But if you're not eating for extended periods of time, what tends to happen is your body cannot work properly, I guess is the way to put it. So I need to be able to afford to eat. If I don't find work, I can't afford to eat. Can't afford to pay my bills. Can't afford to pay for the necessities in life. I mean, there's a rule. Do not drink the water in Saginaw pipes. Don't. So I have to buy bottled water every time. And that, honestly, I have such a problem with that. Like, it should not be dangerous to drink faucet water. It shouldn't be. Yet it is. And no one's fixing that either. What are they putting our money into? Our taxpayer dollars? I pay taxes. Everyone does. And I don't pay a lot. Don't get me wrong. I don't know how much people normally pay on taxes, to be fair. I've never really been in control of the wider spectrum of how much people actually pay for it. So maybe what I'm paying is about normal, actually. But, like, what are our taxpayer dollars actually going to? The police don't do their job. EMTs suck. The pipes and the cities are falling apart. Like, have you seen the streets in Saginaw? There are potholes everywhere. So they're not paying to fix that. On top of all that, I mean, we're not getting a whole lot of benefits. I'm wondering if this is because of the $1 trillion deficit. Apparently we're in debt by $1 trillion. I was already in here, actually. Maybe maybe it's showing. Like, we are flat broke. Well, why did we give all that money to Ukraine then? I don't understand that. Like, if we're so broke, why are we giving all that money to Ukraine? No offense, Ukraine, but fend for yourselves. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense to give Ukraine all that money and we can't even afford to help ourselves. Let's see. Already did chatbot. Already did. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's the chatbot. Nightbot likes to remind people. It's got little timers on it and stuff to tell new viewers and stuff. Nightbot's a godsend. Nightbot has made moderation on this channel so much easier. That way when moderators can't show up or they don't show up or they show up super late, we can still keep the chats clean of trolls. Because we have a troll problem. A lot of people don't like me, so they just come in here saying some of the most messed up things humanly imaginable. Slander, defamation, doxing. Nightbot just removes all that. Nightbot deserves a lot of praise. It's a great piece of equipment. But anyway, yeah, the economy's kind of trash, and I'm kind of feeling it, you know? So what I've decided to do to take it easy for a while is instead of looking for jobs and filling out job applications thousands of times over, instead what I'm going to do There we go. He's dealt with. Sentry bots and mutants working together. What madness is this? It's what I've decided to do with my time is I figure I'll put time into doing YouTube. I know YouTube doesn't rake in a lot of money, but instead of struggling to get a job and having it affect my mental health to the point where I want to fight someone like Cyrax, instead it'll help me ease off my tensions. Plus, I love streaming. It's a relaxing thing for me in a lot of ways. I usually take a load off when I'm on here most of the time. There are some days I say some messed up things out of anger. I don't deny that. Wasn't this all under a nuclear radiation thing last time? Anyway, oh, it still is. Okay. But I figure we can rake in some YouTube dough, maybe get some donations, and then I can make an earnings without having to struggle from something as stupid as the job force. Job force has been just terrible. Let's see. European here. America is a scam. Sorry to say that, but the stuff going on over there by you, unfixable. 100%. I noticed it myself, and I'm disgusted by it. I don't know how you open this. Let's see. You get the things about Ukraine wrong, by the way. You do not send pure money to Ukraine. You give over weapons and you give over weapons and worth of money, but which are so old you had to pay to destroy them anyways. Well, if that's the case, they're saying it's billions of dollars, and if it's not Ukraine, let's say it's not the money being sent to Ukraine, then where's our money going? Why are prices going up but money is so limited? Like, there should be more money. If money is circulating in the United States, where is it all gone? It has to be going somewhere. And it seems like they're not printing new money either, so it's like, I don't know if that's a solution. Like, we could make more money by printing more money, right? Oh! 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 Stingwing. Big bug. Big dragonfly. That scared the bejesus out of me. Oh, it died. Who threw the bomb? Because I didn't drop that. Anyway, yeah, I don't know entirely where the money is going. Let's see. Plus, Ukraine actually helps U.S. economy by purchasing with money weapons, and thus creates more jobs. Well, if it, okay, I'm not saying you're not telling the truth. If you are telling the truth, it's possible because I don't know all the answers. I don't know all how everything works. To be fair, I live in America. I've only become an adult in the last few years. It's a long story. I don't want to get into it right now. And finally seeing the world for what it is has been kind of a eye-opening experience. You're learning more every day. But if there are more jobs, where are they? Because I have been going through the labor force, I've applied for jobs 500 to 600 times. No, 400 to 500 times probably is more like it. And even still, I have not been able to find a single job. I've noticed that if you're black, you get hired fairly quickly. It's kind of effed up. But if you're white, straight, and male, it is damn near impossible. I'm not the only one. A few people I know are going through the same shit. So, like, it's not that I'm alone in this. It's just, I mean, okay, so black people have jobs. I guess the jobs meant just for black people, just for gay people, and just for women. I don't know how I feel about that. But if that's not the case, and there's all these jobs in America, why does America's job force look like Fallout 4 right now? Like, right where we're at in Fallout 4 is what the job force looks like. There's not a leaf in sight. Let's say leaves were jobs. Where's all the green leaves? Where's all the jobs, right? I'm looking for a job. I don't see any. And if it's about weapons, well, nobody's allowed to have weapons in America. In the weapon industry, the rest are ghost jobs and racial bias profiling. Well, the weapons industry is so well hidden from the public that no one can ever have access to it. So it's basically you have to be military, and it's impossible to get in the military because everyone's a maniac with asthma nowadays. It's either a mania, it's either severe mental illness or asthma. Like the health problem. Like I always thought obesity was the worst crisis in America. I always thought obesity was the worst crisis in America, and it's not anymore. Now it's mental health. I don't know, man. Let's see. If it's the weapon industry, that's never going to work for Americans because apparently, in America right now, there's a real crisis with being allowed to have weapons or have access to weapons or work with weapons of any kind. I mean, sure, you can buy a gun fairly easily, but no, not really, actually, because remember, the economy overprices everything. Money's not coming into basic civilians. So to buy a handgun, you're paying like 200 to 300 bucks. That's not including ammo. You want to buy a shotgun, 200 to 400 bucks, somewhere in that ballpark. You want to buy an assault rifle? That's like 500 to 800 bucks. And don't get me wrong, 800 bucks isn't too bad. But then remember, food is like 10 bucks for a bottle of ketchup. That's actually a thing right now. The price out here in Saginaw are ass. They are the worst I've ever seen. And from what I hear, that $10 bottle of ketchup is only going to get more expensive. I. Uh, but yeah, when you say it's ghost jobs and racial bias profiling, yeah, that is. It shows. I'd say 95% of jobs is racial bias and profiling. They don't want you because you're a hard worker. They want you because your skin color makes them look good. Which, by the way, does not make them look good because they are losing so many customers off that. They are losing so many customers by hiring just black people. Because black people, look, I'm not saying black people are bad. I'm not saying that. I'm saying a vast majority of the people they hire are lazy. And black people are not making them look good. Which means it's not working. You're losing a lot of people. A lot of customers are dropping because of that. And I'm shocked that they haven't learned their lesson because, like, you would think that they would, after some point, like, at some point, they would actually want real workers that add to the economy. Otherwise, what's the point? It's just like prices going up, but no one's putting out money. If customers don't have money, they're not going to buy your product. We learned this with the cartels, pretty much, right? If the prices are too much and your customers don't have money, they're not going to buy your weed. They're not going to buy your cocaine. So like at that, which is weird because now you can buy cocaine fairly easily. It seems like, and marijuana is on every street corner because they've made that legalized. Which, by the way, was the dumbest thing they've ever done. They should have kept marijuana illegal. They only did that to appease the cartels. That's the only reason they did that. And quite frankly, I don't think it was worth it. Gotta get that bloat fly. We're all here chasing this bug. We cannot allow this bloat fly to leave. We're good. The problem exactly is not that there are no jobs per se. It's that there are no good jobs with a living wage. They want modern slaves or loyal idiots. No, I'm going to disagree with you for the first time in the chat. I think it's because there's no jobs. Well, actually no. I do agree with you. Hold on, I'm going to pause because I need to get a drink. My throat's been fucking up for the last few minutes. I don't know why. Um, you're right. It's not that there are no jobs per se. Okay, it's that they don't want to hire anybody for whatever reason. There are people. I've talked to a lot of white people. Saginaw, Michigan has a lot of white people. And for some reason, if I talk to a black guy, they look at me like I'm some kind of animal. I don't know why I get those dirty looks from black people. Just for saying hello, hope you're doing well. Like, F you then. You know what I mean? Like, screw off if you're going to look at me like that. Like, I will not say have a good day ever again. They look at you like you're insane if you say have a nice day to someone of a different color. So I spent a lot of time talking to white people, right? A lot of white people are having a hard time finding work. They're like, yeah, we don't understand why all these employers are saying no. It's like, you could have a lot of time on your resume working, and for some reason, they're still going to say no. It seems really messed up. Again, employers wonder why they have nobody working. Like, everybody's calling out sick. The workers don't do anything. It's like, my problem with it is the jobs are picking people in the stupidest way humanly possible. Let's hire somebody just because of what they look like, not because they want to actually work or they have a history of actually working hard. That is really messed up. And quite frankly, it does piss me off. Let's see. Yeah, that's the reason SBI Sweet Baby Inc. went bust. They were a paid agenda agency by some Jewish elite. And don't come at me and ask if there's anti-Semitism. Rather ask if it's the truth. Oh no, I have a problem with Jews too. Not the way Hitler did, but like, I'm a white guy saying I have a problem with Jews too. Instantly, it gets me labeled like Hitler. I'm like, I'm not a Nazi. I'm not Hitler. I just honestly do think that Jews do not help the situation. They're a bunch of greedy people who have some really effed up ideas that have really screwed up society. Let's bring back the. No, I'm kidding. I'm not even going to even crack that joke, actually. To even crack the joke about bringing back the 1940s would be just an instant career killer. At that point, I cannot have a career on YouTube. So, like. No, but maybe we should though, right? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I should stop. I should stop. I'm over here I'm having a good moment, having a good laugh, but like at the end of the day, at what expense? We're all gonna get canceled. I'm kidding. They tried to cancel me 9 times for being against pedos. Like, what's wrong with America? There's so many things wrong with America right now. And don't even get me started on the whole map problem. Minor attracted persons. That's a whole topic that just really got out of hand, which was some of the dumbest stuff humanly imaginable. But anyway, yeah, the Jews are ridiculous. Yeah, they really like to label anyone with anti-Semitism that confronts when confronted, which is so ugh. Well, I'm happy to have met you in my chat because you seem like a guy with a lot of common sense. And I don't disagree with the whole Jews thing. Jewish elite, I know who's in charge. In fact, there's this video that popped up a couple of years ago, and I downloaded it. I do not know where it is. It's probably on my hard drive. I have 15,000 files plus on my hard drive. So it's in there somewhere. I know it is. But the video talked about how the elites are Jewish. And the elites have been around since at least the 1920s. Hold on. Probably a lot longer than that, actually. And what's really messed up is, apparently, the Jewish elite are the ones who created the Nazis in the first place to do exactly what they did in the first place, knowing what they would do to their own people. That is some really, really messed up stuff. But apparently that's the thing. No one's looking into it, because if they look into it, then they get canceled, I noticed. But, yeah. Apparently the Jewish elite created the Nazis. Why would Jewish elite create Nazis? That's something worth looking into. It's something worth looking into, because if that's the truth, that's just horrifying. What in the world is happening down here? I'm back! It's an albino mongrel. This is... Well, we got settlers, raiders, mongrels. It's a whole Got robots. This is a whole ball of chaos. We really should take care of the automatron quests first. That would eliminate this problem entirely. All right, we got all the robots. We kicked their rear end. They're all dealt with. All right. I think we're gonna deal with the automatron quest first today. Right now, I'm just kind of walking around doing my intro, and I do think we're gonna do the automatron quest first. Let's see. D-Chess says, I did my work well. I see. Aspergia for Asperger's, but yes, I don't like. I'm 40 minutes late. I don't know. I'm still getting used to morning streams. Yes, yes, yes. The Zionist started that. The Zionist? That makes sense. Let's see. I'm going to botch your names. I'm just going to call you Jano. Jano says, yeah, WokeTube is Epstein to my channel in 2019 for posting one video of pet in the LGBT community of all my game videos. After this, I got all my vids got silly strikes in one go. That's messed up, man. Because someone's got to raise awareness about the predators on in general. There's predators on YouTube within like there's so many. Like we were covering one group called Ranked Material, and they were just disgusting people with kids. Then there was, of course, the predators in the LGBT, which I've been saying this for a while now, but I've only been saying it since 2012, or sorry, 2022. I don't know why I said 2012. My brain's not working right today, I guess. And then there was predators in the trans community. We're not allowed to say these things, but it's true. You're not allowed to criticize trans and gay people. Apparently, that's the case. But see, if you're not allowed to criticize them, then all you have to do is just pretend to be gay. You can do whatever the hell you want. You can break any law you want, but I'm gay. Oh, there. Well, that's okay then. Hate crimes are okay. Everything's okay if you're apparently a certain kind of people. It's like it's really messed up. But I think it's messed up that they terminated their channel, or you know, Epstein did. Let's see. D-Chat says the Zionists need it because it plays into their own, mostly biblically inspired narratives. Mostly Jews did not like the idea of migrating to Israel, like in the book of Exodus. You know, it's funny. A lot of things are revolving around Israel these days, too. Let's see. Jano says, well, it's debatable started it, which started in, but 1930, the Jewish banks declared war on the German economy before the whole targeting and book burning were a cover up. Those were trans ideology books. Really? We gotta look into this. We gotta see what we can find on this because if this is true, this is a bombshell. Because I didn't know about that. So Jewish people, well, then the Nazis weren't the bad guys. That's been a theory of mine for a while. Like I'm not trying to say what happened was okay. Like I don't think unaliving anybody's ever okay. But if they were combating something like it's funny, we're combating it now. Like really think about that. Like at this point in time, it would make sense that Nazis weren't really the bad guys. That is, oh, we gotta look into this. I gotta see if we can find some trace of what was going on back then. Because if there's evidence the Nazis were not the bad guys, then Hitler wasn't a bad guy. He was a hero. I mean, I'm not saying he was. I'm saying if that's the case, if that's the case, look, man, we all don't want to admit it because what happened to the Jews was horrible. But like, honestly, because trans ideology books back then, why are they trying this every 100 years? What are they doing? They're gonna do it until they get it right, and then they're gonna do it when they can get away with it. Like I've noticed that every 100 years this seems to happen. We have a major pandemic every 100 years. Last time it was Spanish flu, and then every 100 years we have some kind of political warfare based off ideologies that don't make sense. And they covered up so much stuff by calling the Nazis monsters. Let's see. D-Chat says, and the mustache man and his Nazis were sort of meant to fulfill that role. Hold on, I'm reading this real quick. Well, they worshipped the golden calf and all that instead of create Israel, and so God threatened them with foreign invasion, the Assyrians, Persians, etc. The Mustache Man as Nazis were sort of meant to fulfill that role. Did you know that Mustache Man was actually an agent meant to infiltrate the party originally? I did not know that. Jano says, yeah, I've seen in the meantime gays, lesbians, and drag queens calling out this undermining BS and getting canceled from the Purbs. That's interesting. Night of the Long Knives was basically a betrayal of the party. There's a song by AC/DC called Night of the Long Knives. It's a really good song. Let's see. Janice says, wait, I'll search it for you. I got it saved somewhere. I guess Patterson knew. Nazis ain't so bad if you think about it. Because the Jews were trying to push trans stuff on kids even in the 1940s. That's messed up. Let's see. I would say he was more of a fall guy, a patsy used to basically create the conditions that would allow a post-war world to become polarized and for Israel to exist and manipulate both sides. You know, I've been struggling to find out what my purpose is for a long time now. And the more I look into society, the more I feel like my role, my purpose in society is to raise up a following and tear the world down. Like, that's what I feel like my purpose is, because the world treats me like crap for reasons I do not understand. Because I've always had common sense in my life. By the way, how come there are like overall movies 9% are all, how come that there are, I'm trying to read this comment, but for some reason my brain's messing up. Jano says, by the way, how come that there are like overall of all movies 90% are only about the Holocaust and not about the rest? It would be different if it were balanced. It's because it's the narrative. Hollywood is the ultimate propaganda platform. That's why. Eternal victimhood equals words of empowering. Yep. See, I've been a victim most of my life. I try not to let it tear me down because I notice that people don't care about me. So why would I sit here and play the role of a victim when I could play the role of a vengeful hero? I call people out on their woke BS, and it is really woke BS. Get it, Meta, or else I will. Alright, then I'll do it. I call people out on their woke BS. I call people out on their lack of common sense. People get super, super angry with me, but it does not change my opinion or my stance. I made a lot of enemies just by having a brain. We can't say this game or app. Your Xbox is out of space for save data. Make room, select an app for my games. What? I've never had this pop up. Your Xbox out of space for save data. To make room, select a game or app from My Games and App. Press the menu button on your controller. Then select Manage, Game, and Add-ons. How do I fix that? Let's see. Ban the... No, it's not that I don't believe in free speech. I don't believe in trolls coming here to start problems. So you're getting banned. Your name's a troll account, so you're getting banned. That's how it's going to work. Oh, Deech's already got him. Let's see. By the way, thanks for being the first American actually saying my name right out. All the other times Americans butchered my name. Is it Jano? I'm glad I got it right. Let's see. That's a very good point. Oh, you're talking about him. Let's see. The other H incident takes priority, and most of the other... he's not... I was reading that Nightbot. What did he say? He didn't say anything. Broke the rules. I guess he's in timeout for some reason. Nightbot, relax. Let's just add him as mod. There we go. I'm gonna add you, Jen. I'm gonna add you as mod so you come back. It'll eliminate that problem. You don't have to mod. It's just bypasses the Nightbot problem. We're having a few problems with Nightbot, just a few, but still. Bringing you back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, do a bad thing. It's gonna have to say Nightbot's gonna have to say it's sorry. Discipline the Nightbot like a dog. Let's see. I'm trying to read all the comments here. Let's see. The H instant takes priority, and most of HTE other things that happen in history are only beginning to brought now to demoralize the USA. Which is weird because a lot of Americans act like they're blind, I guess, but they're still more or less treated as merely subsequential or kind of a simple building blocks for the main event, the actual show. Yeah, they hate self-thinking people for asking things they're not supposed to. Like me. Like me. I'm a self-thinking person. Free spirit. Just come in here, I say whatever I want. And for some reason, people hate me for that. Like, I have to do with a lot of people trying to. Well, it's cancel culture. It's really what it boils down to. They want to eliminate me from the platform. They've flat out said this. They're Antifa. They do not think I should be allowed on this platform. Because I said that pedos were bad people and deserve to be shot. I'm going to say this. Because I'm allowed to say this on YouTube, I've noticed. YouTube doesn't seem to care too much. All pedophiles deserve to be shot. Saves us space in prisons. We won't have to have a registry. At the end of the day, a lot less scumbags on the earth. 100%. You're one of the good ones, bro. We can tell. Weird. They know. Shut it down. Yeah, right. That's kind of the vibe. But yeah, I've said these kinds of things. I've said it a lot, and people have sought to destroy my life because apparently, we save. It says it's out of save data space, and yet I can save. Let's go save here. Xbox be effing up. All right. I don't know what's up with that. It said there was no more save data space, and yet I can save. I can save multiple times in a row. Oh, okay. Now we're into problems. All right, let's hold on. Let's go take care of that. All right, let's go to manage game add-ons. 3 gigs. Delete. I don't want to delete. I'm playing a playthrough. Okay. Hold on. How to fix Xbox out of save data. Select system setting, console info, and then reset. Reset keeps games and apps. Yeah, I don't want to do that. It's like you have to basically reset it. Load up the games and delete old save slots. Load up the games. Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe that'll work. Maybe that'll work. Okay, let's try that. That would make a lot more sense. Alright, go to load. Select save character. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so many. Alright, we gotta go to Xander Haas. It makes no sense to have all these anyway. Yeah, that was Harley Quinn you guys all just saw. Those were boobs. Winner was showing off her tits in a previous life. I'm going to screenshot that for my own records. But anyway. I like women. I don't know why people get so weird that I like women. What should get... Uh-oh. No, don't load this game. Don't load this game. Let's see. Xander Haas. What is our save game now? Savior? Okay. Let's see. Just scroll down, I guess. Let's see. Would you enlighten me on what I was wrong or basically wrong, right? Yeah, we need real speech. The one includes hate speeches. It entirely depends on point of view of everyone. I have an opinion that I know I'm going to get into trouble for, but YouTube allows me to say it, so we're good on that note. I think hate speech should be allowed. The reason why is it's protected by the First Amendment. Hate speech is something that people created to censor people. That's really what it boils down to. And I do not agree with the idea of hate speech because, look, we don't need to be calling everybody the N-word and sexual slurs. We don't need to be using slurs. But at the same time, if they want to, let them. Because at that point, that's the point of free speech. To be able to say whatever you want, and it's just words. People get so bent out of shape because they're like, oh, if they say this, then they might do this. Like, actions and speech are two different things. And if they do something based off hate speech, look, you're still going to have hateful people. People are still going to be driven to hatred based off race, ethnicity, backgrounds, social class, etc. So what's the point of erasing hate speech from the internet? Ninja, ghetto fatigue, I know it all. I'm gonna read all those comments in a minute, but give me. I gotta delete some of these things. Let's see. I like how Deadpool was in this. I don't even know how long ago that was. Let's see. I often censor myself a lot about this stuff, but yes, Jano was pretty much spot on about most of it. I can only imagine. Speaking one's mind about this stuff tends to do that. Would you enlighten me on what was wrong about or wrong or potentially wrong right? I don't know. If you talk about the Nightbot thing, it's because it was acting weird. I don't ban people for calling me fat. I ban people for acting like trolls. Also, Cinemas was banned from our chats quite some time ago. It's nice that Cinema's in here acting like a douche. The Cinemas, get me off your brain, man. We don't need trolls in our chat. I ban people because they act like trolls. The doxing, the death threats, all that stuff isn't needed. If you're going to come here and you're going to attack me over what I have to say, then you're going to be thrown out. That's why we throw out trolls. Anyway, I shouldn't need to explain that a million times, but just so it's out there at least once, right? Let's see. I'm not sure about the sincerity of Mustache Man so much, and think he had, like, he kind of was being manipulated to function a kind of prophetic narrative more, as similar to, I can't pronounce that word for the life of me, more of a Strasserist. I can't pronounce that word either. Look, I'm not good with long, fancy, non-English words, so just like, if I botch them, I'm sorry. Let's see. Potentially knots, bull, not an. I don't know what that means. If you haven't done so, I read that already. By the way, just so it's known, the guy who just blocked, he has certain tribal affiliation, if you know what I mean. I don't know what it means. I banned Cinemas because I don't feel like dealing with this crap today. Like, Cinemas, use your base account. If you have something to say, Cinemas, contribute to the conversation. But, like, if you're here to insult me, look, I'm all for free speech. But I've been attacked, personal life, family, friends, home, job, everything, by people from these communities. If you're going to come in here, you can be in here if you're civil. But if you're going to start insulting me, that usually, trolls start going to other places when you let them do that. Trolls are not allowed. And if I recognize your name, you're from a troll community, you're getting thrown out if you act any kind of a way. Some of you get thrown out by default because I just don't like you. And I'm allowed to do that. I'm all for free speech. You have your own channel for that free speech. That's how it works. If I don't want you here, I don't have to have you here. Go to your channel, say whatever you want about me. Fine with it. Don't do it here if I don't like you here. Does that sound hypocritical? I really don't care. Look, man, I'm picking my battles with who I deal with, right? Some people don't need to be here. Cinemas, dude, it's been 3 years. I don't like you. Not saying you can't have a voice. Although, let's be honest here. Cinemas does a lot of talking about bullshit because apparently he don't really, like, ugh. He's like, you're not allowed to be racist and homophobic and transphobic. Yes, I am, Cinemas. Yes, I am. Anyway, let's see. Is there 2 saviors? I gotta go through all these and delete all of them, otherwise there's no space. Just blows my mind. Let's see. Jen O says found at Google Magnus Hirschfield tells it all to you. I don't anymore because of it. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Maybe we'll read it on the stream. Depends on what it says because like I'm all for educating myself. I really am. But at the same time, I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube's hate speech policies. You know what I mean? Magnus Hirschfield was a German physician, sexologist, and LGBTQ advocate. back then. They had LGBTQ back then. This feels like it was a planned thing. Whose German citizenship was later revoked by the Nazi government, probably for the best. Hirschfeld was educated in philosophy, philology, and medicine. An outspoken advocate for sexual minorities, Hirschfeld founded the Scientific Humanitarian Committee and World League for Sexual Reform. He based his practice in Berlin, Charlottenburg during the Weimar period. I know I'm botching these names. I am sorry. Performance studies and rhetoric professor Dustin Goltz characterized the committee as having carried out the first advocacy for homosexual and transgender rights. Hirschfeld is regarded as one of the most influential sexologists of the 20th century. He was targeted by early fascists and later the Nazis for being Jewish and gay. Yep, that would about do it. Actually, he was he was not he was not treated fairly. He was not treated with respect physically. Okay, how do I spell the word? I know this is hate speech if I say it now, because I just said Jewish and gay. If I say this word afterward, it's going to sound really bad despite stating facts, because YouTube has its head up its ass. All right, so he was Beaten by Volkisch activists in 1920, and in 1933 his Institute for Sexual Wissenschaft. Oh my god, those fucking words. How do you, hold on, do I put this into like Google Translate and try to have them pronounce it? How do we do this? Okay, I'm going to take this word because this word looks like it might be funny. I'm not trying to make fun of it. Google Translate. Here we go. Enter text. All right. I'm not even going to bother. That word does not sound like what it says. Was looted and had its books burned by Nazis. Hirschfeld was forced into exile in France, where he died in 1935. I can read his early life. Holy fucking shit. Pardon my French. There's a lot of text there. I'm going to have to dedicate an entire stream to this. Sexual rights activism. He was a part of the feminism movement. He studied African anthropology at one point, I guess, or he was involved in it. There was a thing called the Eulenburg affair, which skimming this. It was a sex scandal, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. Which is hilarious considering he was who he was. Then, of course, World War I happened. There was an interwar period. Then there was a thing called the Anders als die. Well, it says die, but I don't know. It's German. It could mean anything at this point. Andern, which was apparently... It was a play. No, it was a film. It was a film in which Conrad Veidt played one of the first homosexual characters ever written for cinema. Film had specific gay rights law form agenda. So, yeah, Hollywood is a platform for propaganda. We already know this. Which is... Most people don't want to admit that. They're like, ooh, the newest episode of Twerks is out. Who knew? Of course, there was World Tour, which could mean anything. I guess it's a very small paragraph, but apparently it has to do with presidential governments, including the only president, Paul von Hindenburg, pushed German politics to a more authoritarian direction in 1929. The Miller government came very close to repealing paragraph 175, which apparently... Oh, it made sexual relations between males a crime. Look, man, I'm not against gay people, but sometimes you have to wonder if that would be the solution. Because gay people are hostile towards me for a lot of reasons. Let's see. America and a straight churn. In 1930, he predicted there would be no future for people like himself in Germany. Probably for the best, let's be honest here. In November 1930, sorry guys if I sound like I'm being a dick. I'm kind of sick of their crap, okay? Hirschfeld arrived in New York City in November 1930, and he was instantly... Okay, hold on. But when speaking in English, he did not mention the subject of homosexuality. Instead, he urged Americans to be more open-minded about heterosexual sex. That's all Americans were doing at the time. Some of this, I don't even know. Then was Asia, so he went to Asia at one point, then Africa and the Middle East, and then, of course, he got exiled after a point later on in life. I'm kind of skimming through all this. How did his life cease? He died of a heart attack in his apartment because God does not like people of his sexual orientation. Anyway, I'm sorry. Tibbs, are you doing okay? We're doing actually pretty good today. I'm checking in on you, bud. Well, we appreciate it, Kinkies. I always thought you hated my guts, but then again, we never really had a real interaction, did we? Let's see. Yeah, we'll have to bookmark that page and read that in full for a stream. Could be very educational. That will not go in the enemies folder. That'll go in the I guess within the Edgar White folder. All right, there we go. Edgar White is the Scarecrow. He's our business associate. Let's see. Jano says, I also don't have something against gays. I only have something against those whose main purpose is to be it for attention, pushing it on to others. Yeah, I think that's where I'm kind of at. I think when they come in here and they start doing all their, you suck, Tibbs, please self-delete. I don't want to self-delete. Why are a bunch of, no, don't load. There we go. I accidentally pushed load instead of the other one. So I guess Jack McCready, I think. All right, we gotta go through all of these because then it might allow me to have more space for save data. I didn't know that there was a limit on save data. I mean, I had an idea. Winner, why do you have a game save file? Don't delete it. Okay. She's like, don't delete it. Like, what the hell am I finding in here? Let's see. I don't even know what to say anymore. Let's see. D-Chat says, I can't stand how LGBT is these days. Nice to hear, DC. Really how it's been for a while. D-Chat says, hi, I'm LGBT myself, and I feel the same way. One of the reasons it took me so long to even admit that about myself was the PC BS surrounding that. The X's of pride and all that. I think pride is ridiculous. Like, you know what they're doing in San Francisco right now? Like right now. It's June, so you know what's happening right now because they do it every year. They've been doing it since 2020. Everyone strips down naked. In public, mind you. They do this in public. It's San Francisco. I do not know about the rest of the U.S., okay? And we're paused because I'm in the middle of deleting all these files. But, like, we'll get back to the gameplay in a little bit, I'm sure. So, in San Francisco, and potentially other places too, because I'm sure it's not just the LGBT capital of the U.S. It's got to be other places too, right? They strip down buck-ass naked and have a parade in public. And they insist on children being there. Is that not some of the most disgusting pedo shit you've ever heard? That is pedo shit. Like, you want to get naked in public? That's fine. Do it where there's no kids, though. For the love of God. Because they'll insist on walking over saying, hey, enjoying the parade. And no one needs to be doing that to kids. That's my problem with LGBT. That's my problem with them. Let's see. Yeah, hijacked movement now only for degens and pervs. Well, I consider that movement an embarrassment. They only make a bad situation worse. Jano says, well, I have videos on Odyssey where they read books with genitals showing out to KIDs and some even in Pampers. Yeah, at this point, that's disgusting. All right, so Kinky says, "Am the noob, and I want to target my little sister. I need your help exposing him." The "and I" part makes it sound weird. Is that what you meant to write, or was that a typo? Cinemas, you mean? Is she talking about its? Did she try to write its and it came out as I? All right, rip chat. See, and yes, the bad situation itself is literally due to the tribe itself now that claims to be advocates, even though they wrote frigging Leviticus. No, chat usually barely goes anywhere. She meant so you did mean it's okay. There's videos all over my Rumble. that you can use. You have a sizable following. Last time I checked on your main channel. Um, I mean, I don't know what I could really do. Every time I expose Mark's nude, people say, "Shut up. Mark's is a pedo," and then they tell me to shut up. Get over it. He's gonna diddle kids regardless. So that's our problem with Mark's. I don't feel like fighting that anymore. And also, I've exposed him how many times? The guy has taken a actual desperate attempt to destroy my life. At this point, I can't expose it anymore. You have a sizable following. Use that. I mean, I appreciate reaching out, trying to ask me for help, but like, I don't know what else to say. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't know what else to do about that. Like, I appreciate you want me to expose Marks and cinemas, but I already did, and no one cared. America doesn't give a shit. I think that's sad. I'm sorry you're going through that, Kinkies. But like, honestly, you showing up here saying that just puts you in a bad light with them even more. He wants to copyright my art and take down my channel, but he can't. It doesn't help that Cinemas is also Jewish and Mark's a pedo. Anyway, well, reach out to me on your main account, and we'll talk. Let's see. Let's see. Same name Rumble. Actually, I'll drop my Rumble. I'll drop my Rumble. I used to be called Tibbs TV, but then I figured a rebrand would get some of the heat off us by all these fucking troll groups. Pardon my French, because I got attacked for showcasing all of the stuff on my Rumble. Some of that stuff is also on my channel. I also have an Odyssey. Should I drop my Odyssey too? Yeah, let's drop my Odyssey as well. The Odyssey covers other things, and not the Odyssey isn't entirely. The Rumble has always been about exposing people, and the Odyssey is a mix of exposing people and old gameplay videos we don't have up anymore. Okay, but tomorrow I'll give you my Discord later. But tomorrow I'll even give you my Discord later. All right, that's fair. So is this rank material falling apart? Because Kinkies was a member of their group. Um, yeah, I guess we can help her out. Doesn't help that she's hot. I've seen pictures of Kinkies in real life. She's not exactly unattractive. But that's neither here nor there. Whatever. We'll see what we can do. Alright, I just gotta delete some more files. We're almost done. I didn't realize I had so many, guys. I'm so sorry. Who is Ivan? I don't remember making an Ivan feed. Okay, this one. That's who we are now. Okay, I guess Tibbs TV now. This is a modern firearms run, clearly. Just gotta slowly eliminate all these old files so we can save into one big file. That's what I'm gonna do. It's probably because the file size gets bigger each time you have a new file size. Every time you save a file, it slowly gets a little bit bigger. And we have all these files. No wonder it ran out. Let's see. Let's see. So Marks T. Lowcow showed up. She's Marx's best. I would ignore that kinky clown. She's Marx's bestie. It's Marx trying to get attention again. Well, like I said, she reaches out on her main account. Maybe I'll believe it. But like I said, I'm not going off some alt. I'm just not. Let's see. Jano says you can open the file and delete them thus faster. Open the file and delete them thus faster. I don't know anymore what the file is called though. I just don't want to lose the game in general because we've been playing this for what 24 episodes, and I want to finish the entire game. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're back at the top. Now, eliminate the McCready ones. We don't need the McCready files. Savior, Winter, Tibbs TV. You're going to limit the Tibbs TV one as well. And then that should be fine. We should be able to save at that point. Alright, save. Quick save. Save. Bam, we're good. Alright, guys. Sorry about that. Probably trying to do something for Marks. Probably. Like I said, you can reach out on her main account. I'll take her a little more seriously, and if she's legitimate, I would like to see some proof. I want to hear something damning. Because otherwise, why would I waste my time? Oh, we got something. What the hell was that? What was that? Jano just subscribed. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Alright, guys. Getting our subs up. 17 viewers. Holy moly. Yeah, Marks the Noob is a predator who's really pissed I called him out a couple of years ago. He's been whining and trying to cancel me ever since. He staged evidence at one point. He attacked my friends and family at another point. He also has been one of the world's most renowned sickos because, let's be honest here, my world has definitely noticed he's been in there the whole time whining. He is also part of a predator group, which doesn't help him at all because they go around doxing and attacking people what they have to say on the internet. And Mark's Noob is the guy who says, yeah, I'm all for free speech and say what I want to say. You attack me for what I have to say. Mark's the Noob can gladly go off himself. But anyway, Kinky's apparently a part of their group, and Cinema's, well, Cinema's is just the worst. He's just the most disgusting human being the way he goes about targeting women and kids. But yeah, I became targeted by these people after I called out what they were doing, and they've been trying to find ways to screw with me ever since because that's how they go about getting called out as predators. They're like, we have to retaliate. And I've always told them, just leave me alone. That's what I've always said. Just leave me alone, and people will forget. Because do you think anyone wants to stop predators? No. I have a feeling most predator hunting channels are fake. Because, honestly, do you think they really do it because they want to expose bad guys? No, of course not. I think most predator hunter channels only do it because it's popular and it gets them views. It makes them look like heroes. Sure, they expose a few sickos, but then, like, you think about it. How come nobody ever really cares when you say anything? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of the issue I have with it. Let's see. A little, like, 20 minutes ago. So basically a pillicrit. The perfect liberal woke. Yep. Pretty much. Oh, hypocrite. A hypocrite. The perfect liberal woke. Yeah. We have to deal with a lot of what I would call woke people. When you look at woke people online, these people fit the description perfectly. It's been the general. Been the general experience. I don't like the general experience personally. Like I should be allowed to say what I want. But he's like, okay, so Mark Sanoob's first comment he came into our chats with was "No child left unmolested." He comes up with all kinds of reasons why that was appropriate. He's like, it was just a joke. It was just kidding. No one finds it funny. No one finds molesting minors in any way funny. If that was a joke, you need to be educated on what humor means. Because in order for a joke to be funny, people need to be able to laugh at it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone laugh at the idea of violating a child for any reason. And our topic we were talking about that day on my channel, which was another channel ago. I don't have that channel anymore because basically they targeted my family, and my mom's like, if you delete the channel, John, they'll stop targeting us. And I eventually caved to the peer pressure of trying to. My mom's like, please, John, please delete the channel. My mom is no longer in my life. She got what she wanted and then split. My mom's a douche. But anyway, what we were talking about on the channel today had nothing to do with kids. It had nothing to do with minors. And he comes in here saying, no child left unmolested. He was really proud of it, too. And I'm like, you look like a pedophile when you say shit like that. And he did not take it well. Then he came back in my chats several times after that and would say the exact same thing. When I say a joke isn't funny, maybe stop using the same joke. It's pissing people off. Then he justified what a pedophile was doing, saying when this person who was 23 years old was having sex with another person who was 16, he's like, there was consent, therefore that person's not a pedo. No, they are a pedo. Any adult who claps a minor is a pedo. There's no two ways about that. And there's been a lot of people in my chat that have said the same thing. Mostly because people aren't stupid. Then he attacked me. He doxed me. He built slander and defamation. They threatened a bunch of people I used to live with into faking testimonies or else, and cost a bunch of people their home, all because he didn't like what I said. And yet somehow he acts like he believes in free speech. He likes to shout the N-word and slurs. And at that point, I don't agree for him being banned for that, because slurs are protected by the First Amendment, despite what the liberal left say. But attacking me over what I have to say is the most hypocritical thing in the world. How can you spew what you want to say and attack somebody else for what they have to say and somehow be an advocate for free speech? So Mark Snoob's a clown, basically. A pedophile piece of shit clown, but it's a clown nonetheless. And I've always had a problem with him. But what makes it worse is he's also a bisexual stalker. He stalks my channel relentlessly. Like right now, we get mass disliked. He actually had a mass dislike campaign so that my videos won't grow. You watch my videos, you would think that I have more viewership, right? You would think. He'll sit there and he'll spam the dislike button from a barrage of accounts just so my content will never get any traction, because he's that threatened by what I have to say. And what I find hypocritical is this guy believes in free speech, and he acts like he hates pedos. Like, he'll sit there and call everyone a pedo who disagrees with him. If you disagree with Mark Sanoob, he will call you a pedo lover or a pedo. It's always one of the two. And I don't know, man. I have my problems with him. And he's always trying to get like some kind of attention. Like, I don't want his attention. That's why we have people getting banned, because it's always the same trolls from those same groups of people working with the same guys, Marks and his clownish friends. And I don't really know how to say this, but I don't like you, Marks. I don't want you around. Stop trying to get a rise out of me. Like, the guy needs to grow up. And then he whines. Then he and his people whine about free speech. You don't believe in free speech. If you did, you wouldn't ban us. You're here threatening the lives of people I care about. Targeting people with doxing and slander. I'm all for free speech, but slander ain't okay. And so it's like I have to deal with that crap because this guy can't be put in the earth. Oh, also he hides like a bitch. We don't know what his real name is. We have no idea what he actually looks like, and we don't know where he lives because he hides all that because he knows people will want to unalive him. He knows that. He's made so many enemies. The people he was allies with wound up ending up hating him because it turns out they're like, "Why are you attacking all of us? You're that desperate for attention, you drug addict." He's also a drug addict, which doesn't really help his situation either. So that's what we've been dealing with, and that's who Marx is, and that's why you hear about that name. Let's see. Marx doesn't like Marx. Marx is a retard. Like I don't fucking know what his problem is. Like the guy just needs to grow the fuck up. He's like Cyrax. He did something despicable, got caught, and whined about it for years. It's been 2 years. The guy would get over it at a point, you would think. Let's see. It's just a typical WigNet stuff, i.e. the FBI asset stuff, using slurs in public like that. Nobody serious does that. There's people trying to fan the flames like Jerry Springer used to make BAKC them. I don't know what that means. Let's see. This is a paradox of trolls when they do that. They are doing it the same way they use their lolcows as avatars. Yeah, I've noticed that. People take my face and they use the profile picture. I'm like, why the fuck are you? Why are they doing that? Like, you're not me. What's the deal? Like, fans in denial, I guess? Like how some of them have Cyrax as their avatar. They will say stuff like that is considered racist, but in a sense they're mocking it. Irony sort of means that. Well, I doubt Marx ever really read Marx, so let's see. I still don't know why he used that name, to be honest. I doubt he knows anything about labor theory of capital. I don't think he's that intelligent. I think he's a manic drug addict who likes little kids. Like, there has been enough things that have come out into the open about Marx the Noob, about him being a creep with kids. There's been enough things. You would think more people would want his head on a spike. But, like, honestly, he deserves the hatred he gets. And that's why he's over on Rumble, because he got banned off everything else. So, like, and that's why I don't care. Like, stop coming here looking for my attention and stop having your people do it the same. If I don't like somebody, I don't want to talk to them. I don't want to be around them. It's like they just weigh down the conversation. They make it not worth talking about. Like, he's on Rumble. He has a platform. He's apparently getting a lot of views. A lot of people love pedos over there, I guess. I don't fucking know. He don't need to be over here. He was banned off YouTube like 50 times. By the way, that is freaking hilarious. How do you get chased off YouTube 50 times by YouTube? Like, even YouTube doesn't want him around. Like, go to Rumble, Marks. People love pedos in Rumble. Why do you think I'm not over there? Why do you think I stopped uploading? I'm like, jeez. Rumble is a real pedo problem. Because that's where they go. That's where all pedos go now, I've noticed. Is Rumble. It's like the new Twitch. I don't need to be over there. So, fuck him, you know? Marks the Noob alt. So Marks the Noob, right? Says, Tibbs, I told you to keep my name out your mouth. Well, if your bitch friends would stop showing up here to talk about you, we would. Fucking retard. That's not that hard a concept, Marks. You tell all your bitch friends over at Rank Material and that fucking Predator group for what it is, right? You tell them to stop coming over here to get my attention, and we'll stop bringing you up. That's fair. Because like I told you, man, you leave me alone, I'll stop talking about you, and then people will forget what you did. Because when you type in your name, that's the first shit that comes up. And Blue Sky. Oh, yeah? Tell me about Blue Sky. I've heard a little bit of Blue Sky. Like, I've heard it in passing, but I still don't know entirely what it is. For the most part. Let's see. I'm not trying to be a dick. I just don't need Marks and his bullshit people around here. He literally posted CP on there. That's messed up. It's basically old Twitter. Oh. It's good to know. I don't use Twitch because they banned me for saying we should. I was banned from Twitch. It's the only platform I've ever been banned from. I was banned from Twitch. Well, I was suspended indefinitely. I don't think that's the same thing as being banned, but whatever. I can't make another account and rejoin somewhere else on Twitch. You know, it doesn't work like that. But I was banned from Twitch for saying that we should remove all pedophiles from social media. Protect our youth from those predatory people, right? And Twitch is like, that's violent hate speech. I'm like, I've never known speech to be itself violent. Like, I've never known that to be a thing. So I just don't use Twitch. If they want to protect pedos so bad over there, I'm not going to go over there. And notice Twitch is falling apart. Like, Twitch is literally falling apart. So, why be on Twitch? And Rumble, look, man, Mark's on Rumble. I don't want to share a platform with him. Because then he'll just start the bullshit all over again on a new place. I don't see the point. I have a Kick, but we haven't really been streaming on there. Mostly because I just haven't wanted to. Like, I like YouTube. I'm dedicated to YouTube. YouTube is my place. And YouTube has really shown me some love over the last couple of years. So, I figure, keep my loyalty here, And then I use Twitter, but Twitter I haven't really been posting on lately. It's mostly been... With Twitter, I've been mostly doing reposts. Like, I see something, I retweet it. That's generally what I've been doing. Something that I agree with or something that I like. Something that I find that I can... something that I agree with, basically, right? That's what I've been doing with Twitter. Facebook is mostly personal, so I don't get into public stuff on there. And then, let's see. They really posted CP on there. On Blue Sky, I guess. And have cancel hate trains on each other for the slightest disagreement. In fact, so much the community managers can't keep up. That's messed up. Well, sadly, so does YouTube, hence WokeTube. Yeah, YouTube gives me a free pass on most of what I say, so that's why I stay here, though. YouTube's been the most reasonable of all the woke platforms. Let's see. It's basically old Twitter. It's full of shitlibs and progs. Just like the millions of Christian sects warring with one another, they are all ultra puritanical about it too. How did you lose your job, Marx? Marx lost his job. Let's see. I just don't want to talk about Mark Snoob, to be fair, because Mark Snoob is a clown. Every time he comes on here, it's a bunch of personal attacks and him getting butthurt about what was said 2 years ago. Like, that was always the stupidity of it. That was always the stupidity of it. It's like, we're going to attack you because you called me out. That's when you know they're guilty. You know that, right? When someone attacks you over what you say, that's when you know that you're right about them. I don't regret a damn thing I said about Marx or cinemas or any of them because I was right. They all attacked my name. They tried to spread all kinds of misinformation, and it's just like, if I was so wrong about these people, if it was such an injustice, why are they targeting my friends and family? Oh, sorry. Oh my God, Donovan, you all look the same. I am so sorry. Donovan's like, you asshole. A mahogany base. I don't need any of that. Alright, I guess we're going to start doing quests here. Let's see. Too good at sucking in real life. He put all his friends out of competition for jobs, just like the ideology he's named after. Oh, yeah? Not sure who you're referring to there, but I'm sure it makes sense. Let's see. So we're going to go to Sanctuary. We got to talk to Preston Garvey, I guess. I don't know why we have to talk to Preston Garvey. What is this? Okay, I need to do something real quick. Um, we can still stream and talk about stuff. I just mean, I got a very long text that explains the Marxist doctrine to infiltrate the U.S. Sadly, the video is forbidden and too long to post. I mean, what's said in it. That's messed up. I'm gonna go do something on my other application real quick. We gotta do something real quick. Give me a minute, guys. This one. Just give me a minute. I'm filling out an email for a sponsorship, and they would like it today. So, let's see. Let's see what's going on over here, guys. Let's see. I missed some comments here. Here's the kicker: Marxism infiltrated long before the USR even was attempting it. It's primarily through and mostly Anglo-Judic Fabian society, which were allies to the later. I can't pronounce that word. Let's see. Except here's the thing: anyone who knows what Marxism is and where it came from is mainly just commodification of the social instinct, with the state acting as a capitalist monopoly itself. U.S. propaganda. Jano says U.S. propaganda playbook 101. Ever since the Cold War, the following directive was issued from party headquarters of the Communist Party to all communists to infiltrate and alter its people, the mindset of the United States of America. It reads, that's messed up. When certain obstructionists became too irritating, labeled them as fascist or Nazi, anti-Semitic, or far right, and the public mind constantly associates those people who oppose with those names, which already have a bad smell to them. The association will be after enough repetition and become fact in the public mind. Yeah, basically, if you keep repeating things, if you keep repeating things, all right, let's see. All right, it looks like we're good. It looks like we're good. We'll hear back from them in a little bit. All right, so let's go and move Fred, Ada, whoever else, get the hell out of my way. All right. Uh, Pencil. Let's see. Let's see. Let's put all of the junk away. We need a synth component. I don't want to scrap that. Alright, let's do that over here. Put this stuff all away. Comics. Do we have dirty water in here? Okay, we do. Dirty water, gumdrops, irradiated blood, mentats. We have a lot of Radax. We've been finding a lot of Radax. Wine, deviled eggs. Okay. Move, Fred. Move. Put those in there. All right, let's move. Get out of my way, Ada. Ada, move. All right, there we go. Let's see. Where's Preston Garvey at? Excuse me, winner. Preston. Preston Garvey. Clear out that spot and set up a radio beacon. Of course. I don't want to deal with that right now. I thought it was a new settlement, but it's like you're just going to have to constantly be defending settlements for the rest of your life. Alright, let's see. Man, how much I wish I could go back to early 2000s to 2010s, just be able to say, screw politics, none of that affects me. And now we get all shuffled the BS right into our mouth and are told to eat up or else we are this or that, and that's a bad thing. Yeah. Do you consider glitching guns in Fallout 4 unethical in F4? In this gun? Like in this game? Uh, I think they should work. I feel like they should work. Like if they jam or something, that's expected for weapons in the game. I'm assuming you mean Fallout 4, right? If it comes to Fallout 4, I do think that it's expected guns will jam and stuff, but glitching, they should never glitch. When you put out a game, the game should be a finalized product that works. Otherwise, give us our money back. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if we should be able to keep the game. Like at that point, give us a broken product. Like I don't think it should be worth $70 to $80. Yeah, Fallout 4. That's what I figured. I don't think games should be worth $80 to begin with. I think 70 is already pushing it like really bad. because I can't afford new games. I rely on whatever income I have, and if I don't have the money, I don't buy games. Game Pass is where I limit my options to. It's been that way for a while now, so it's kind of sucked. But when the game itself is glitchy and broken, then yes, very unethical. If it's just a feature of the game, like in Fallout New Vegas, guns, weapons jam. At that point, it's expected because guns do jam in real life. It depends on what the meaning alludes to. Glitchy does not equal jam, by the way. Like, oh god, it's lagging like hell for some reason. I notice the farther we get into the game, the more broken it becomes. Which is funny because we haven't even done the main story. Alright, we have all of... Okay, this is what we have left to do. We did all of the Creation Club quests yesterday except for All Hallows Eve. And that one's broken because every time we try to do it, nothing plays. Like, I gotta figure out what's actually happened. No, I mean, you can put weapon mods on things that should not work without a glitch. No. See, I mean, it depends on the game. Honestly, it depends on the game. Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, and Fallout 4 single player. At that point, if you want to do that, go for it. Okay? But Fallout 76, that just can ruin the experience for somebody if you're using it to grief people. And griefers are a thing in Fallout 76. Like, GTA ruined the gaming industry. So at that point, Fallout 76. Well, Fallout 76 it really isn't Fallout though. At the same time, it's like a husk of what Fallout's supposed to be. Yeah, I guess when it comes to single player games, do whatever you want. It's your experience. If you want to do that, it's your choice. That's how I look at it. It's your choice. No one's allowed to complain. And if you play a single player experience, it's your personal experience. It's what you want it to be. I mean, some games, it's like, yeah, it can ruin the experience doing that. Some games, but like for the most part, if you want to ruin your gaming experience, maybe to you it's not ruined. Maybe to you it's more fun. So like, I say go for it. If you want to put on like a pistol with a drum magazine, you have the right to do that because it's single player. I don't think gaming developers that put locks on things like that. There are some developers who do not like you messing with their stuff. They give you a game. The purpose of gamers is to play a game until they break it, okay? To experience every possible thing, to really tear apart the experience, to tear apart the world space, and really enjoy all of it. That's why you're playing the game, is to really make it all fall apart at the end of the day, right? In a way that works, obviously. But if you want to do that, it's your right because that's what gamers are supposed to do. There are developers who put locks and anti-cheats and everything on single-player stuff, and it doesn't make any sense. With multiplayer, it makes full sense because multiplayer, people can ruin the experience, and then you don't get the competition isn't real if everyone's cheating in order to win. That's the point of multiplayer, right? Is to have a little bit of competition. That really is the point. If it's co-op, oh god, hold on. Now I gotta pause. I feel like with co-op, it's a different story. Because co-op, it's like you're playing with your friends and you're a team, but your goal is to defeat the NPCs. With co-op games, I feel like you should be able to do it too. As long as it's mutual amongst everybody. You know what I mean? Like with co-op games, if you're working on the same team, it should be okay if it's mutual amongst the group. You know what I mean? Like you could add mods to a game, but maybe they have to have those mods too if they want or whatever. Like it's gotta be some way to make that work. You know, there was Fallout 6 was talking about how when they were going to do mods, they're going to make it where everybody had to have the same mods in order for it to work, so you do it with each other, and that means you'd have to agree to it, right? If you don't want those mods, you don't have to use them. You can just have a different world space, right? I guess you wouldn't have to you wouldn't have to be on the co-op team, but like if you're playing competition games, multiplayer, player versus player, then at that point it's not okay because then it's like that's cheating to win a lot of the time. If everyone's doing it, then it's no fun. Then where's the competition? It's just hell. You know what I mean? But when it comes to single player games, do whatever you want. It's anti-cheat on single player games makes no sense. And in Fallout 4, games like Fallout 4, Skyrim, Starfield, etc., do whatever the hell you want. It's just you. You know what I mean? That's how I feel. I mean, in Fallout 4, putting the nuke mod on the pipe pistols, uses pipe ammo, shoots nukes. Yeah, like that. It's a single player game. It's just you. If you want to go around and just My favorite one was the minigun with the nukes on it. I never used it myself. I just didn't see the need because I like to. I like to play these games like I'm living in them. Like I like to walk around the Commonwealth, talk to people in my chat, and play the game like I'm actually there and I'm talking on my radio and someone else is in the chat. And they're like the ones responding back. That's kind of how I. That's the general vibe, right? I've never needed to use minigun mods on miniguns and pipe pistols, but I know people do it. I'm like, I'm all for it if you want to do that because it's Fallout 4. People find that fun. And it is fun sometimes watch shit just blow up and it breaks your console. You know the game is lagging? It's lagging right now. That's why I'm not moving. There we go. When the games lag like crazy because you drop like 40 mini nukes at once, that can be a bit entertaining. So like, yeah, I'm all for it. I think that the player experience is based off the individual person. That's why I say don't watch movie reviews, don't watch book reviews or game reviews. Play the game for yourself, you know, because a lot of people try to ruin your experience by telling you it sucks when it doesn't. You're not going to know until you experience it on your own. That's just the truth of it. And that's the way games should be. It's something that people should experience for themselves. Every person's experience is going to be different. Some people can look at a game, like a game can be considered hyper woke, right? Like Avowed, perfect example. I play that game because I can't afford anything, and it's on Game Pass. I might as well just play this potentially crappy game. And it turns out it's actually a lot of fun, and it wasn't woke at all. And my experience was different than somebody else's experience, for example, you know? And that's the way it should be. It should always be a different experience. Some people are going to have the same opinion, don't get me wrong, but you know, that's just kind of where I stand. This game is lagging a lot. Like we're entering new cells constantly because that's what's happening. Every time it lags, it means I've entered a new cell. But jeez, it's lagging a lot. We might have to restart the game. Where are we going? We're going to Diamond City. I'm just walking there because I feel like yapping today. I really don't want to deal with Valentine, but we're gonna have to. Yeah, the nuke MG made my 1080 sweat back then. Yeah, that mod was. I had an Xbox One and I did something similar. No, actually, no, no. Actually, I'm wrong. I did use the Mini Nuke mod. I forgot about that. It was back in 2016. It was one of the first mods that they did, and it made my Xbox One crash hard. Like it just lagged. It lagged for like 12 minutes, and I didn't know what to do. Like if I restart it, will it ruin the game? And then after it was done lagging and the screen was like bright red, yellow, and white because the nukes were going off on the screen. It was lagging to hell for like 12 minutes, probably a little bit longer than that actually. And then it finally, the whole console said, we could not process your game, pretty much. And then it booted me to the main menu. I'm like, oh my god, I will never do that again. And then I never did that again because I didn't want to ruin my console. I don't know if that can ruin your console, to be honest. Like, can that ruin an Xbox by doing that? I have no idea. It is really windy out. We're entering a new cell again. Yeah, that's happening more and more often. Hold on, let's just go. Let's just fast travel Diamond City. Let's just fast travel there. Just kerflunk it. We need to drop off some stuff. Mad Max. I made the same engine. I made the same experience with Mad Max. They hated the game hard, but I loved it. Yeah, Mad Max I heard good things about. Like, I hear it was kind of a... It wasn't Fallout. Because a lot of people like to compare Wasteland games together. They're like, it wasn't like Fallout. It wasn't like Fallout. But I heard a lot of good things about Mad Max. Let's see. Oh yeah, so ever since we did that quest, they're entering new weapons into the menu. Okay. The big boy. Isn't the big boy an ammo type in Fallout New Vegas? We really should play Fallout New Vegas again. Or continue our playthrough, I guess, for that matter. Because when we were playing Fallout New Vegas... I don't want to buy those. When we were playing Fallout New Vegas, 3,000 caps. You know what? We're just gonna go. When I played Fallout New Vegas, we were doing the whole game, beat the ending, then we went back to more quests because you can load an old save file, right? And yeah, sure, thanks. I believe you. Give me the paper. Crackhead. She's a crackhead. There's a lot of crack addicts in Fallout New Vegas. Let's see. What is this paper called? Public occurrences. The synthetic truth. They wrote it by hand. This is adorable. Let's see. Honestly, if you want to hear something controversial for which even you would like to cancel me other two. You want to hear something controversial for which even you would like to cancel me over? Sure, but I don't think I'm gonna cancel you, bro. Let's see. Synthetic Truth by Piper Wright. Noodles. We all eat them. We all love them. And Diamond City's power noodles supply the sustenance for the past 15 years. From the stilted mechanical cadence of Takahashi's programmed Japanese to the fragrant steam that wafts from each bowl to the scalding tang of each delicious mouthful, the ordering and eating of noodles is but one of many other shared human experiences. Or is it? I was struck by this very question as I sat at the counter of Power Noodles last Wednesday night, just after 5 p.m. enjoying a dinner I had so many times before. That's when I noticed our very own Mayor McDonough settle up to a stool and engage in the very same ritual. Right hand extending, mouth opening, teeth chewing. Yes! Eating noodles. The shared experience of almost every Diamond City resident. So it must have also have seemed to the residents of Diamond City nearly 60 years ago, on an uncharacteristically warm May evening in 2229, as they sat around this very same counter. But that was before the days of Takahashi and his noodles, when the bar was served not noodles but ice cold Nuka Colas, frothy beers, and stiff shots of whiskey. The barman's name was Henry, and that night he facilitated the shared human experience of drinking, smoking, talking, and laughing. That is, until tragedy struck. There aren't many among us who are old enough to remember that evening, although some of the city's ghoul residents certainly could have, had they not been forcibly removed thanks to Mayor McDonough's anti-ghoul decree of 2282. But there's one person among us who does remember distinctly that events of that evening, a respected matriarch Eustace Hawthorne, who recounted her story in a public occurrences exclusive interview. Oh, I was there all right, sitting right at the bar, sure as you're sitting in front of me now. 2 years old or so, and I was just looking to have a good time. I was safe behind the wall. We all were. So what was the harm? And let me tell you that Mr. Carter made it easy. He came to town earlier that day, said he was from out west, somewhere. It didn't really matter. What did matter was his smile and his laugh and the way he'd make everyone feel at ease. That at the bar we all sort of crowded around him. Everyone wanted to exchange a word or hear about the state of the Commonwealth. And Mr. Carter, he was all too happy to oblige. It was just so wonderful, until it wasn't. Eustace continued to recount of that evening, and the moment things turned sinister, and the truth about Mr. Carter was revealed. We had been drinking, carrying on, what must have been 3 hours. Mr. Carter had 4 or 5 drinks in that time. He seemed a bit drunk, and I guess, like the rest of us, then something sort of happened. He's smiling, the smile sort of went from his face, and all in an instant. And then his cheeks started twitching, kind of funny. And I remember watching him clear as if it happened just yesterday. He reached at his coat, took out a revolver, and then blam, he shot Henry, the barman, right in the head. Didn't hesitate. He didn't show any emotion. Mr. Carter killed Henry as casually as if he were paying him for a drink. But his cheek never stopped twitching. Let me tell you, all hell broke loose after that. What Eustace is describing, of course, is the infamous event known as the Broken Mask, when the people of the Commonwealth learned for the first time that the Institute, the shadowy scientific organization responsible for the creation of combat androids, had actually succeeded in creating a model so advanced it could effortlessly infiltrate human society. Unbeknownst to the people of Diamond City, the Institute had semi-evolved for their androids into true synthetic humans. Since. Let's read this real quick. FNV is overhyped. Fault New Vegas. Whenever I talk about it, it was about it. and at weak points or what it could do better and so on. I instantly get rode over by a hate train. I even had a list once of a video game over it, and a video game over it. Most people just watched it to dislike and instantly vanished in the first few seconds of the 10 minutes or so long video. But say some weak points of all the Fallout New Vegas jump on in on the hate train and bash for the slightest imperfection, but ignore the same imperfection for Fallout New Vegas. I think Fallout New Vegas has its flaws. See, I love Fallout New Vegas. It's one of my favorite games of all time, if not my most favorite. And I think that even Fallout New Vegas has low points. For example, I think it's kind of douchey that of all the games in the Fallout franchise, that is the one you cannot continue if the game is over. It would be so cool to continue if the game is over. Also, a perk point every 2 levels just feels kind of like it limits your ability to create a character. There's other things too about it that I don't like. I just can't think of anything off the top of my head. Because I have a whole list somewhere. Like I have a whole notebook dedicated to my thoughts on Fallout New Vegas and its weak points and its high points. Like a high point is you don't have to be a vault dweller. You can actually be anyone you want because it doesn't dictate an origin story for you. You know, you don't have to be. Oh yeah, Fallout 3, you're looking for your dad. Fallout New Vegas, you're looking for your son. Okay. Oh no, sorry. Fallout 3, you're looking for your dad. Fallout 4, you're looking for your son. Fallout 76, you're looking for an overseer. And then Fallout New Vegas, you're a motherfucking mailman who's pissed that someone shot you in the head. Like, Fallout New Vegas has one of the better origin options because you can be anyone you want before that, but your motivation is there, right? Because it's got to have a story, right? But there is some serious flaw points in Fallout New Vegas. There really is. Like it had one of the buggiest launches in Fallout history. Like, really bad. Given they only had 10 months to make it, I guess it makes sense. But still, holy moly. Dude, I would love to hear about that list. How about a video about it? Oh, never mind. I just remember my experience. I'd still do it. All of our videos get mass dislike because that Marks clown. We don't get growth. So I'll still put out the video. We'll get like 300 people to watch potentially because that's the highest our numbers go, I've noticed. Unless the video does really, really well. If we do put a lot of effort into it, sometimes it does really well. Because they're gaming the system by censoring us. It's ridiculous. And it's not money-wise, it's just generally view-wise. We don't have the growth we could have if it weren't for that clown. Oh, wow. Did not expect such a good response to it. Now I'm glad I asked. Well, it's good to ask questions, you know? I do understand that Fallout New Vegas has its flaws. I think that people shutting you down because their experience was different is just asinine. That's why critics exist. Because we're all going to have different experiences, and the critic has one experience. If you look at critics' reviews versus consumer reviews, it's always different. It's always different. So, like, your review is going to be different than somebody else's. We're allowed to have opinions. I think that's the point of free speech, is to be able to express those opinions. People like to shut you down for the stupid stuff, and I don't agree with that. You know? Like, I just don't believe in that. After he shot Henry, that Mr. Carter shot 3 or 4 other people, too. Like I said, all hell broke loose. The guards came running. They opened fire. Mr. Carter, he kept shooting and throwing people around left and right. Finally, those guards put him down. It seemed like they had killed a man who flipped his lid, going crazy, and lay there like a dead crazy man. Sure enough, God, it was horrible. But then we saw the plastic and the metal. This was one of them early synths, you see, and we realized it wasn't man at all. It was then that we all knew. The Institute wasn't just out there. The Institute was everywhere now, among us. It was never determined precisely why the synth had known as Mr. Carter went on his killing spree. Some suggested he had somehow been remotely controlled by the Institute who wanted to test combat effectiveness. Still, others felt he had simply malfunctioned, a hypothesis supported by the twitching cheek, and was never meant to kill anyone. But at that time, the why hardly seemed important. What mattered was that humans of the Commonwealth had been truly infiltrated by an organization whose intentions and motives were, and still are, a complete mystery, using a model of synth even less advanced than the ones that the Institute has in service today. Which brings us to noodles. Specifically, the noodles consumed by Mayor McDonough last Wednesday night in the same spot Mr. Carter's the synths went haywire and mercilessly killed several people. After spending hours sharing experiences, the people of Diamond City assumed it was reserved for members of the human race. They were wrong. Are we? You know what's really messed up? Now I know this seems like a minor spoiler because there's a quest that kind of does answer this question. But Mr. Mayor McDonough is sitting in the exact same place that the synthetic known as Mr. Carter was sitting, doing the same things he was doing. Well, as it turns out, Mayor McDonough is a synth. In fact, there's a few prominent characters in the game that you don't find out. Some of them you don't ever find out. Um, go into the details we go, but you know, always found that to be interesting. Creepy story. Let's see. We're gonna look for Nick Valentine's house. Mayor McDonough's a robot. He don't want to tell people the truth. All dicks should be private. Keep that in your pants. Let's see. Pat says this game's cool. I like. Nice. Glad to hear that. 22 in chat. I know, right? Our stream is doing good today. It's because I'm using Streamlabs. Streamlabs is a better setup. It looks cleaner. Oh, she's on the other side of the wall. Alright, let's see. Let's do this. Let's get the story going. Excuse me? Would love to stay longer, but I still got chores to do. Have a good one. It was nice talking to you. It was nice talking to you too, man. Sorry, I can leave if it's need be. Need me help? I can help find him. What's happened? I can offer to go find him. Okay. What are we doing in here? What are we all doing in the bedroom? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm just like, I'm leaving. Say, of course, another channel made the day it comments. Yeah, like I said, we don't keep trolls here. We just don't need them. We're growing a community, not a place to be a wacko. Like I said, I understand why trolls do it. That doesn't mean I'm gonna let them do it. You guys do understand that, right? Like when I say I understand why trolls do it, doesn't mean I'm gonna let them do it though. Like people come in here acting like just douchey. They're like, so trolls typically do what they do to people because they feel like their life is shit and they need someone to take out their frustrations on. And as said before, I do understand. I genuinely do. The problem is, I'm not going to be anyone's punching bag. You're not going to punch me around. You're not going to harass me. You're not going to sit here and insulting me nonstop. It's just not going to be a thing. It just doesn't need to be. So at that point, if you're a troll, or if your account was made today when you comment, the same days you comment, mind you, whenever that day is, then you will be banned. Just don't have time for people looking for attention the wrong way. I heard gunshots, but we'll just go into Park Street Station. I mean, that's the reality. I don't have time for people to act like fools. I really don't. I feel like I've dealt with that enough in my life. Like I like even that Marks guy. You want me to stop talking about you? Stop coming here trying to get my attention. Because every time I say something about Marx, it's going to be negative. And that's genuinely anybody. And I think it's to be the same for any other troll too. It's like I don't want to have problems with people, but like you come here looking for attention the wrong way, our opinion's not going to be supportive. You know, and that's kind of the idea is that people don't seem to get that. Also, insulting somebody nonstop. No one's going to want you around when you do that. Like, why are you attacking me? Or why are you coming at me? If you don't have anything nice to say, why be here at all? I figure I'll ban people that act stupid, and then they can go be somewhere else, since they don't know how to just leave by default. That's always been the vibe, too. It's like, people attack me because of the things I say, they insult me nonstop because of that. You don't need to be insulting people. It just does not. It's not how civil. That's not how civil adults operate. I mean, that's just my thought process on it. Terminal. Let's see. It's true, insulting people is lame. I appreciate that. Someone with some sense. Excuse me. Pardon me. Go this way now. Let's see. D-Chat says, I think they're also trying to insult any mod even. By the way, nice to have them on board. They're clearly been around. I know, right? I think that the personal attacks on people just gets old after a point. Let's see. Oh, the wind is really picking up. Itch my eye. Dude, the wind is really picking up. Holy moly. See, this is what we should have had in Vault 111. I'm surprised Vault 111 doesn't have a button like that. Let's see. Mike says, leave Cyrax alone or else you keep messing with Cyrax and we'll do your family. What do you mean by do my family? Don't ban him. I'm curious what the hell that even means. He needs to speak English. Hey, Mike, don't be a pussy. Say what you're trying to say. Yeah. I'm just curious what he means by do my family. Like, you're threatening my family with unalivement. Well, I could care less. Like, I don't have a family. Have you been staying up to date on this? If it mean have sex with, well, more power to you, I guess. I don't know what to say. Does using this particular weapon bring up bad memories for certain moderators? I don't think so. You love messing with Cyrax. Well, no, actually, I'm responding to Cyrax. Cyrax is messing with me. So, Cyrax called me out and started attacking my name, and I responded. I'm not messing with Cyrax. Cyrax wanted to fight. He said he could kick my ass. I offered him the opportunity to do so. He bitched out and hasn't said yes yet. Cyrax has not said yes yet. So clearly he's the one being a bitch. I offered to let him fight me. He's like, I could kick your ass any day. I'm like, he's the first one bringing it up too. So I'm like, all right, put up or shut up. Let's have a legal street fight. Me and you, no one's gonna die. It's a street fight. You're not allowed to kill anybody because then it's murder and then it's illegal, right? So we just gotta kick each other's ass, right? He never once said yes, even still. So like at that point, I'm not the one being a bitch because he's the one who spewed all this crap, right? I'm just responding to it. That's it. Cyrax is a troll now. Let's be honest here, right? So let's see. Wow, you're really trying to pick on someone with disabilities. He doesn't have a disability. It's full of nonsense. He's a pedophile. That's why I'm picking on him. There's a big difference. Anyway, that guy wasn't a problem for very long. Um, yeah, I'm not picking on him because he has disabilities. I'm picking on him because he's a pedophile, and he chose to pick a fight with me. Like, I got him to confess to that, by the way. I guess we'll do the terminal. Speech bobblehead. You needed help. Lots of pedo lovers in my chat. Let's see. We got fake gypsy. Apparently she doesn't like. You're trying to troll, trying to get clout out of Cyrax. Real impressive. No, I'm not. I'm not a troll. I've been calling out trolls for years. There's a big difference. Let's see. Different Realm says you should delete your channel. No, not gonna happen. Let's see. Candair says no. Johnny and Chance. It's cool how neither of you are capable of driving and both are too broke to buy bus tickets, but you're gonna get together. Johnny and Chance. Yeah, well, I mean that's the thing. If he says yes, I can make it happen. I have plenty of friends who have cars that are willing to drive. Plenty. See, it's not a okay. It's not about fighting Chance Wilkins. It's not about kicking his ass. He says he can kick my ass. I believe in this. I believe America's the land of opportunity. He's in Ohio. I'm in Michigan. We're literally 4 hours apart by car. At this point in time, he believes he can kick my ass. I believe in giving him the opportunity to do so. But here's the thing: all he has to do is man up and say no. I will not fight you. Because if he says yes, I can make it happen. I guaranteed can make it happen. It's not about the fight. It's about him putting up or shutting up. If you're gonna call somebody out and start making threats and accusations and slandering people and acting like a fool and acting like he's mad because I have a video of him confessing to being a pedophile. That was an accomplishment from an earlier channel. If you're mad, it's fine to be mad, but you're not going to come here and start shit without getting some kind of a response, I guess is the best way to put it. And at that point in time, it's like, Cyrax would rock you, kid. Would he? Well, I would like to see that. I mean, he can always say no, admit that he can't do shit, but he's 4 hours away by car. I've already looked into this heavily. He's 4 hours away by car, actually less, like 3.5. So, like, if Cyrax could rock me, kick my ass, whatever, however you guys want to word it, well, then let's make it happen. I would love to get my ass kicked for the first time by somebody half my size. Also, think about that. He's half my size. I don't think anyone's taking this shit seriously. You know what I mean? So, like, all right. Anyway. Let's see. Just mowed through three guys. This game isn't really even a challenge anymore. I like his right hand. It's all skeletal and robotics. Let's see. Different Realm says, okay, let's fight. What's your address? You don't need to know my address for us to get together at a public place to fight. I'm not that stupid, man. You're not gonna bait me like that. Also, I didn't say I was gonna fight you. I said I was gonna fight Cyrax. He talked all this mad shit. I don't care about fighting trolls. Half of you are opposed to living in your mom's basement anyway. So, like, why would I need to fight you? He's the one that really wants to get his ass kicked. Plus, he's the pedophile. He is a pedophile. So, like, at that point, it's warranted to kick his ass because he wants to fight and kick my ass. It's like fucking clown shit. Anyway, I don't know why you were so butthurt by that. No, wonder I can't see them. I'm in the kitchen getting beer. Get the bottle caps, get the whiskey. Got some clean plates. I'm taking these tin cans because that's pure aluminum right there. I like that though. What's your address? What the fuck would I tell you my address? Pick a local place. How about the same church that we fought at last time? You guys should know which one, right? It's been public information for a while. If not, I can find a few other places. No, I'm not injured. I'm fine. Thanks, though. Let's see. Like, what kind of question is that? Like, I'm going to pull up. And we're going to fight. What's your address? Like, you don't need to know my address. Fucking stupid moron. Ban that retard out of my chat for that. Just ban Desperate Realms. Or Different Realms. And tell him to fuck himself on the way out. Fucking, if you ask retarded questions, you get given retarded rewards. Vault 114 jumpsuit. Alright. Let's see. I didn't feel like waiting for them to talk it out. Oops. My bad. Alright. Just mowed through Skinny Malone. Just plowed him with a machine gun. I'm an Enclave super soldier. I don't got time for the Triggerman. Let's see. Trying to cloud off Cyrax makes you look pathetic. I'm not trying to get cloud off Cyrax. I responded to him. I mean, I get that everybody in my chat's acts retarded nowadays, but like, when Cyrax makes a bunch of statements and calls me out and tags me in his shit, me responding isn't trying to get cloud off him. That's called a response. So, I don't feel bad for it. All you're entitled to your opinion, so I guess there's that. Should probably go talk to Nick. Just gonna leave without him. Yo. Ellie told me. We got a lot of shit talkers in our chats. He runs back to this exact same spot. Ellie. I said that before. I'll meet you there. Let's see. We got some comments here. Mostly people defending Chance Wilkins. You guys have no idea how retarded you all look. Cyrax literally wasn't topic here for a whole year plus. Yeah, when Cyrax made himself known, tagged me in the video, had a lot of shit to say, that's when we started talking about him. I'm surprised these retards don't know that. Literally a year and a half. I think it was longer than that, actually. I think it was more like 2 years. But I don't know. Let's see. D-Chat says, you pick a place. If you want, you're going to have to pay for travel expenses. Yeah, you get yourself there, right? But I was thinking we would just meet him at his house. His house is public information. I know it's 339 Lloyd Street in Akron. So we can meet him in his front yard. I told him he gets 3 free shots. He can use a baseball bat. Like, I'm confident I'll be fine. But, like, when it comes to transport, I know how I'll get there. I got, like, 3 people who've already said, I'll drive you. People that I know personally, here, where I'm at. So it's like, it's not really an issue. Canned Air says, you say you want to fight, but you'll do nothing to make it happen. That is cowardice. Chance Wilkins is the one who said he wanted to fight. He said he could kick my ass. And so I offered to make that happen. I need him to say yes or no. Until he says yes, we can't do much. And remember, you're saying I will do nothing to make it happen. Well, if he says he can kick my ass, he should be saying yes. Until he says yes, we can't have a legal street fight. It has to be mutual street fight. It means we both have to agree to it. And I've already said, you want to kick my ass? I'm down. Just let me know let me know that's what you really want. And he hasn't said yes or no. He's been talking a lot of trash and refusing to say yes. Chance Wilkins is the reason why we can't do anything, because he won't say yes, which is hilarious because apparently I'm the one who's a coward, right? According to all of you, but he's the one who won't agree to it. In order for it to be legal, he needs to agree to it. Until then, we can't do anything. What's the point of wasting your time if he's just going to call the police when we show up? Like, that's the reality. So, I understand legality. I know how it works. So, then Canned Air says, you know you can't pay, and neither can he, so you know you're safe to run in your mouth. I don't need to pay to have a friend drive me 4 hours in one direction. I don't need to pay. They've already offered. And I don't tell you all about my friends. Obviously, Chance would know about that friend once we get there, but, like, honestly, it's like, I don't need to pay for that. That's called ignorance, by the way, when you don't use your brain. Let's see. I wonder if we can make money off that. Get your ass kicked by Tibbs, 10K. I feel like 10K is a lot, but at the same time, it's like, we don't need to pay for it. Because look, Chance Wilkins is too much of a coward to say yes. Everybody's all talking about how I'm picky on Chance. That motherfucker brought me up. And so I'm responding to him, because when you are vying for someone's attention, the usual response is to either ignore or to give a response, right? That's how the world works. And I'm just giving him an opportunity. If he passes it up, he's the one who's being a bitch, not me, because he said he could kick my ass. If he does not want to, he doesn't have to. But he needs to say no if that's the point. Let's see. Candor says semantics. You're a coward. Just admit it. You sound like you like Chance Wilkins. You a pedo? You're never going to show up for anything. Not until he says yes. I can't show up until he says yes. If I lay my hands on him, if he doesn't say yes, it's assault. If he says yes, it's not assault. You fucking retard. Let's see. You said you have no friends. When did I say that? You went on for a few hours about it. When did I say that? D-Chat's my friend. He's right there. I talk to G Chat all the time in private. I have no friends in person that I hang out with, but there are a few people that I talk to that have already offered to give me a ride. I guess they're more like acquaintances, but they are dedicated to kicking Chance Wilkins' ass. So, kind of different story, you know what I mean? Anyway, you keep being a retard, Candy, we're going to throw you out of here. Also, if you want to keep sucking Chance's dick, go for it. A lot of people would hunt you down for that. Let's see. Candair says you said in a very recent video that you have no friends to give you a ride. I never said that. They're going to pay for 8 hours worth of gas round trip. Yeah, probably. You do realize it doesn't take that much to fill up your tank. Gas prices are actually pretty good. But see, I can't do much with gas prices because I don't have my own car. And that's not going to help me put food on the table, right? So, like, gas prices aren't really that bad. Hilarious. Why don't you go suck Chance's dick over on his channel? Alright. I don't feel like arguing with him. We're playing a video game. This video isn't about Chance Wilkins. This video is about Fallout 4. Distractions, right? Just another troll. Alright, let's see. I've never known trolls to defend Chance Wilkins, but I guess times are changing. I guess for after all the years they tormented him, now they're saying they like him. That makes sense. What the hell was that? I'm not entirely sure what was happening here. Ooh. Energy weapons permanently inflict plus 5% critical damage. We'll take that. They're probably trying to frame you as an A-log or something. It's a clout chaser, but we literally weren't saying a word about the goblin until he started with us. Yeah. What's an A-log? Like, I don't know what an A-log is. Let's see. Let's see. A-Log refers to Anthony Legato, who's infamous for being on Chris Chan's biggest haters, to when he becomes a low-call himself for it. They also say the name, but aware of myself in Big T. I still don't know what A-Log is. Also, obviously they want to try to attack me for this. They can't make up their damn mind if they hate Chance or love him. Chance is a pedo. He wanted to bring up my name. I responded. At that point in time, I don't feel bad. Let's see. Basically, they say that if you legitimately hit a locale, then you're A-logging. Because the whole point is that it's a joke to the trolls. But he's a pedophile. Of course, I hate him. Like, I'm surprised. So they actually can't make up their mind. They actually like him in some aspects. They're retarded. Like, that is retarded. That's a truly retarded concept. It's like, oh, but it's a joke. We don't actually hate Chance. Well, then they're his fans. So that means all the shit they attacked me over was bullshit. And then Chance is right. You don't want Chance to be right. I don't really understand people, Lily. Healthier, so you're open door. They just like making fun of Chance. Whereas an A-logger takes it very seriously and legitimately wants to do something about it, which the trolls don't like because then they lose the lulls. Let's take the lulls away from them then. Make them take themselves a little more seriously. Like, these people are fucking ridiculous. They're like, we need something to laugh at because then we can't take our fun out on somebody. Like at that point, you're kind of fake. This is why Chance Wilkins has had so many opportunities to be close to kids over the years. That's why he's a creep with kids and shows his dick pics to them. Is because these trolls enable him. Let's be honest here. But then, you know what that means? Psych trolls are pedos. No fucking wonder. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But like, don't you ever wonder that? Like, don't you ever wonder why they don't get rid of him? Why they don't have let him get arrested? Like, they screwed over him getting arrested. You can tell that was intentional. It's like I hope he says yes. If Cyrax says yes, I'm gonna end that guy like permanently. Maybe the God. Maybe they know that. Maybe they know this. Maybe that's why they're trying to like come over here and start shit about Cyrax. Maybe because they know that if Tibbs fights Cyrax, Tibbs will end him. Tibbs TV, me. I hate pedophiles, and if you can legally beat the crap out of one, which is what this fight would really be at the end of the day, there wouldn't be another Cyrax. He would go to the hospital, probably for life. He would have to live on a ventilator when I'm done with him. That's why I said I'm going to curb stomp him. I meant it. All he has to do is say yes. Now, you wonder why Cyrax isn't saying yes? Because he knows that. This is the most views Cyrax has ever gotten. But he also knows if he says yes, he's going to get curb stomped. Legally and literally. His trolls are like, if this fight, that's why they're not responding. That's why they're trying to deflect. Because they know that if this fight happens, their favorite lolcat goes out the window. It's kind of obvious that the only one who's been sincere of all of this was me. I'm the only one who's been sincere about it all. Everyone else has been back and forth because they don't mean what they say. It's like, we're gonna attack your family and terrorize your life because you asked him questions. Yeah, I hope he says yes, because if he does, I'm gonna fucking get some payback for what they did to me. Considering it really is Cyrax's fault. And that's the thing. Here's the way it works. Legally, if he says yes to a mutual street fight, then it's agreed upon by both parties. No one can go to jail for beating up the other one. He says he can kick my ass. Okay. How do we do this that Cyrax can legally get away with it if he wanted to kick my ass? Mutual street fight. So all he has to do is say yes. If he says yes, I will give him 3 free shots. I'm saying he can use a weapon. He has the upper advantage here, based off that information alone. But if he says yes, and I am the kind of person I know I am, I'm going to put him in the hospital. Because it's a mutual street fight. Marty even held back. I don't plan on holding back. Because, well, he'll have hit me 3 times with a baseball bat. You know I'm not going to hold back at that point, because I'm going to have to give everything I got. And then I'm going to curb stomp him. The trolls will never have their lols ever again. Cyrax will probably never want to be on the internet ever again. Cyrax will never use my name out of his mouth again. And also, let's be honest here, I'll get to beat up a pedophile legally. That's the whole point. He's a pedophile, and how do you get to lay your hands on a pedophile and not go to jail for it? Mutual street fight. You know pedophiles will never say yes. And that's the point. Cyrax ain't gonna say yes. Because if he does, he knows what's waiting for him. 3 casts, a broken jaw, and probably a worse brain damage than he has now. Like I said, I'm not worried about him saying yes or no. I'm not worried about the outcome. All I care about is, does he have the cojones to say yes? Does he have the common sense to just say no? Remember, man, it's not about the ego, it's about your livelihood. I don't even know why I jumped into the water. I honestly have no idea where this power armor's going. Right there. I mean, it's not even about kicking his ass. It's not about if he can kick my ass. I'm just curious if he's going to say yes or no. He talks all this shit about how he can beat me up. I'm like, alright. I have an opportunity for you. Basically, will he say yes to the opportunity is the point. I know it doesn't sound like much, but think about it. If he says yes, well, he knows what's going to happen if he says yes. If he says no, that means he at least has a brain. Because if he says yes, he's an idiot. I'm sorry. Like, look, guys, I may not seem like much, but when I get heated, oh, that's why I say he can hit me 3 times with a bat, hard as he wants too, because I'll get pissed the more he hits me. First strike, look, man, he doesn't have a whole lot. He's not very strong, okay? But but realistically, the more I get hurt, the more the more I'm gonna wail on him. Oh, fuck me. I jumped into the ocean by accident. Let's see. I don't even know which direction I'm going. Hold on. I'm in power armor. That's why I'm having to do this. Also, he's the one who wanted to break up the fight in the first place. I'm just the one who said, let's make it a thing. I don't know why people get so butthurt about that. Again, Gordon and Jen Wilkins were an interesting case. I remember that stream and I was kind of confused when I heard it. Like, I couldn't tell if it was probably Cyrus people or the trolls themselves. Gordon and Jen were legitimately pissed off at people in their chat. I was perplexed by myself by that. I think the Cyrus trolls are just like, I don't know how to read them. I don't know what their deal is. Like, 'cause it's kind of true. They can't make up their minds. If you hate him, you hate him. Like, he's a pedophile. I don't support him. I think he's a piece of shit. And it's like, is being an a okay? So if you legitimately hate him for what he is, for what he's done to kids, right? Is that so bad? Like, is it really wrong to be an A-logger if all A-logging means is that you hate somebody legitimately? Is that really wrong, considering the person I hate is a pedophile? Like, what's wrong with that? Like, there's no crime against disliking somebody to that point. Like, I despise Tom Holland. Does that mean I'm an A-logger against Tom Holland? You see the point I'm trying to make? It doesn't frame me as an A-logger because I hate a pedophile. Like, that makes a lot of sense. I feel like A-logger means more than that. A-logger has to be more than that. There's no way. I feel like A-logger has a lot more. Because, I mean, I've heard a lot of negative things about A-logging. I just don't know what it is. You know what? I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look it up. What is A-logging? A-logs. A-log. Okay, so A-logging, named after noted Christian critic Anthony A-log Legato, is a term used to describe the act of overplaying or exaggerating the negative traits someone lulls you at irrational levels. Well, we're definitely not doing that. This often but not always includes expressing disproportionate levels of hatred for someone and or wishing physical harm on them, usually perceived crimes that they are guilty of. These aren't perceived crimes, they are actual crimes. A-logging also typically involves comparing oneself to someone notably lousy or dysfunctional. I don't compare myself to anyone lolsy or dysfunctional. Claiming they're not as incompetent as said the lolsy person. I don't have that problem. People who are suspected of doing this are often referred to as A-logs or A-loggers and considered to be the other end of the spectrum from white knights. The other end of the spectrum from white knights, where white knights try to defend Chris from trolls and help him improve his situation. A-logs hold the belief that Chris is deserving of whatever scorn and harm he's subjected to, and then some. Like I said, I'm only offering this fight because Chance Wilkins said he could kick my ass. It's not quite the same thing, so I'm definitely not an A-logger. Let's see. Well, it does imply being obsessed with a cow. Yeah, I'm definitely not obsessed with Cyrax. He came to my chats, I responded, and you guys all keep bringing it up. So, like, at that point, I respond to what's going on in my chats, and I respond to what's put in front of me. If you guys bring it up, you're the reason it's even being talked about. That's the way it works. So, yeah, A-logging would never work. How do you expose somebody as an A-logger, though? That doesn't make sense to me. It's like, we're going to expose you as an A-logger. Okay. Don't really think that works here, but more power to you, I suppose. I'm trying to play Fallout 4, guys, and you're all bringing up all this goofy shit. I mean, that's the reality, right? People bring up goofy shit, I respond. I wonder. Very poetic, Winter. I wonder if looting the chest makes it so that it's cleared. I'll have to experiment with that. Damn it. Hello, John and D-Chat says Spare. I've been listening to the stream while I reload ammunition. I'm making some 300 win mag right now using a 208 GR BTHP with 66 GR of H4 350. Do you guys ever go shooting? No, in America it's kind of frowned upon. Also, I can't afford that. Like, you could do it if you could afford to go to gun range and stuff, but where I'm at, people don't like people having weapons of any kind for any reason. So it's like, not a hobby I can partake in. Not really. America is very backwards with what they actually say they want to do. Like, you have to be richer than all hell to have weapons. And Democrats kind of shut everything down. And I'm in a Democrat-run state, so it's like, yeah. And then I can't save enough money to have my own. So I just don't. It's something I've wanted to do is try it out, but like I said, people have made it very difficult to experience that, I guess is the way to put it. Ada, this is not a place to. Ada's over here blocking the way. This is like the worst place to block the way. Alright, I guess we can go back to Diamond City and do the Nick Valentine thing. No, more reason me to go out as rural as possible. Yep. By definition, many of our RM are admitted and confirmed doctors, certified A-loggers. By that definition, many of our RM are admitted and confirmed doctors, certified A-loggers. Yep, that makes sense. But yes, wrong place, wrong living situation, no funding for that habit. Yeah, I would love to do it, but it's just, I mean, it's good to learn, right? I don't know why that guy keeps spewing those numbers. Like, I don't know what those numbers are to, but like, it looks like a dox. It looks like he's trying to dox Social Security information. Like what retard does that? Like, I don't know what it's to. Sure as hell isn't mine, so I don't have to worry about it. There'd be no point in, if it was mine, there'd be no point in lying about it. If it was, I could just, guys, it's mine. Let's raise hell against this guy. Like, that'd be, OMG, the trolls got number stations now, LOL. Maybe, I don't know. All I know is they're dropping numbers. I'm not sure what the numbers are to. Like genuinely, I have no idea because it shows now not my numbers. My number's been public for a while because that other group, and those aren't my numbers. They're not really public anymore. Probably got their own shortwave channels now. Oh yeah. You're welcome. I can't take a seat. Hold on. I'm like, I can't take a seat. I'm in power armor. Hold on. I need to figure out where I can do this at. Hold on. I gotta figure out where I can X my power armor at. It's just ridiculous. Now I'm trapped. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. All right. You know what, Nick? I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go to my settlement and drop off my power armor. I don't really need the power armor. Let's see. Brother Steel 2 T660B power armor. Brother Steel 2 T60B power armor. No, this is XO2 from the Christian Club. Let's see. There's another hobby I wish I still had. I should. D chat says there's another hobby I still wish I still had. I should be able to even do it on the phone or PC. Receive SW signals. There's gotta be some antennas or something that can let me do that. I used to listen to shortwave stations before I got the internet. By the way, I've always kind of liked it myself because Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. Games opened me up to a lot of interesting hobbies and habits. Remember, I had that 3 Dog radio station on the Discord a while back. When I was setting up, I never made this Discord public to anyone but me and D Chat ever because I was gonna make it for the channel, and then I wound up not doing it for some stupid reason. I don't know why. But we had a Discord I was working on, and I had 3 Dog from Fallout 3 doing the radio on there, and it would just play all the time. Do you have a collection? I enjoy that one. Actually, do, yeah. It's not much because I'm still kind of experiencing and exploring the game. Oh, there I go. I thought it froze. I'll show it to you because I'm going to go put my power armor where it belongs. Go put it in the armor racks. Um, I'm looking for the T60 and a few others. But let's see. It's not much of a collection, but here it is. And that little space in between the two is where I put this one. Right, I gotta lean down. So we got the Hellfire, the XO2, the XO1, basic Hell. Oh, this is one of these is a Mark IV, and one of them is a Mark II. This is the Mark 6 Hellfire, regular Hellfire, and Mark II Hellfire, and this is the T45 at the end. Brother Steel T45. Black screen. Did he freeze? Sweet. No, it was a loading screen. This is Fallout 4, so there's gonna be a few of those. Alright, let's go save the game. We gotta talk to Nick now. Because we're doing quests now. We gotta keep doing the main story. You know what I want to do? I'm gonna pop a few hot dogs in the microwave. I'm hungry. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. This won't take long. About a minute and a half and they should be done. Microwave hot dogs, living like a king. I know, right? It's not much, but I gotta wait till my next paycheck hits, so been a little limited on options. Let's see. Let's go talk to Nick. Guns, shortwave, even RC models. This is all stuff I thought about in my daydreams. Forget about games, lol. And of course, power tools. That'd be cool. Paycheck, I didn't realize you were employed. Well, I did a bunch of odd jobs and people owed me money. That's really where the money comes from. Keep getting told they'll pay me, but it's always in such small amounts. So, like I said, I'm done doing odd jobs so I get paid for the ones I did. Oh, I can hear it going. Money doesn't come from the government. Nope, does not. Let's see. All right, let me eat a couple hot dogs real quick. Oh God, it's warm as shit. So you are employed, but you said you earn 400 a month on a good month, and you can afford rent. But you can afford rent. I said that was a case from a while back. Hold on. I said that about work from a while back. That was like what, 2022, I think, maybe 2023. No, I didn't. I never said that was now. You say I can't keep my lies straight, but you can't even follow along with the conversation, you dumb bitch. Like, seriously. Come here. You don't even get the facts straight. They're still available on my channel. And you say I'm the one who can't keep my shit straight. Fuck you. Like, I get people are retarded. I get people are retarded. But this many people shouldn't be this retarded. Like, the amount of people that are acting as stupid as they are blows my mind. Also, can I ask you a fair question? Why do you guys care where my money comes from? You're not helping me with donations. You're not contributing to my finances. So why do you care? Just another reason to bitch and complain. It's ridiculous. It's the RM circle jerk. They all follow the Spurg marks, unfortunately for them. Mm-hmm. Yep, another chat on the first day was created type channel. Mm-hmm. I had a feeling. Because usually, that's what they do. They can't just use an aged account. I'm really tempted to make it so that the chat is subscriber only mode for 2 months. I'm really tempted. You know why? Here's why. Because at that point, we can't use aged accounts on YouTube. It's not like Twitch or Kick, where if you have the account exist for a certain amount of time. So instead, we have to go based off subscribed amount of time. You know what I mean? But YouTube should implement that. Because they just keep making new accounts to harass people. It's like, and some of it doesn't make any sense. That was quick. Nightbot kicked your ass. Let's see. We got a comment here. Sparrow says, shooting is a great hobby to get into. Very cathartic. I love relaxing, reloading ammo. It's very technical, but also relaxing. Just a great skill to have in general. It would be kind of nice. Alright, let's see. Sit down now. Nothing to report. Rumors? So, in order for us to proceed, we need to figure out how to get into Vault. The Vault. Alright, let's see. I like how Nightbot's just throwing people out of chat left and right. Thank you, Nightbot. Let's see. gonna try to see if we can hack our way into the vault. I don't really know. I don't know if it's possible, but I have the cheat terminal, so maybe. What the hell? We got it, Nightbot. Let's see. Um, we're gonna need to open up the door. Let's see. Hey, Gamer Biz, how you doing today? I'm doing good. How are you? All right, I have a solution. I don't know if the solution's gonna work, but good to hear. I appreciate that, man. All right, we're gonna go to Red Rocket, I think. Let's just run there. Let's see. Maybe actually play the game. I am playing the game. I like how many people come here to complain. Like the amount of whiny bitches we have in our chats is unreal. They said it was under the water tower, right? There. I'm aiming terribly. Let's see. You're not playing the game using cheats and mods, and you still lose. I haven't died yet. And I've completed all the quests I've joined. You're not paying attention, bro. Let's see. Oh. Alright. Why do you care? You literally made your account just to bitch about the moderators. Trying to use a mod to unlock a door isn't completing anything. The door doesn't open from the outside, you fucking idiot. And we're on the outside. Have you ever played Fallout 4 in your life? If you haven't, then shut the fuck up. Like, seriously. Your name is fucking ridiculous, dude. He's like, Nightbot is for QUEERs. You're just mad that someone's moderating the chat. Usually bitches like you get thrown out. You just tried to use a mod to open the door. Yeah, because we're outside the door. You can't open the door from the outside. I'm surprised you're not following along. Oh, hold on. Before I use the mod to open the door, I'll show him what I'm talking about. I mean, I know he's not here because he actually cares. He's just here to be a cunt. But we'll still show him. Because we show him, we're showing all of you. Why am I using the Ring of Liquidity to get inside the vault? Well, first thing you do, normally, is you smack this button. Okay? The second thing you normally do is stand on this plate. Notice how I lost my gun? I'm going down. It's an animation. Hey, Nightbot is for Qs. This is called an animation. I don't know if you know what that is. I'm being a cunt right now, but still. That black screen, that's called a loading screen. If you play games, you know that. Okay, it's still an animation. Ah, son of a bitch. We're going to have to go do it again. I'm not sure why it's doing that. I'm not sure why it throws us back up. But it is funny that Donovan and Fred are just standing there inside already. All right, hold on. Gonna be dual. We're gonna be a double smartass. You gotta hit this button. I guess you gotta hit twice. Stand on this plate. We're gonna go down again. This is called an animation. I don't know if you know what that is, Nightbuzz for Q's. That black screen's called a loading screen. We're still in the animation. Dude, this is so trippy. Chicken sandwich don't agree with me. Now you gotta wait for the door to open because we can't go through the door. That door opens on its own, obviously. I mean, you do realize that's opening on its own, right? Do you think we're doing that? Gosh. Now, we're here at the door. I have not used the ring yet, but look, there's no thing that says open. There's no button anywhere. Gee, I wonder why. Where's the button? Oh, that's right. It's on the inside. We're not on the inside because the quest is broken right now. Fucking dunce cap. Anyway, some people were just born stupid. What can you do? All right. Here's the device that was added from the Lingo Liquidity. Check it out. If we remove that. Oh, hold on. I guess it stays regardless. All right. That wasn't there earlier, was it? All right. We're floating through. Please don't get stuck in the wall. All right, we're in. That's why I'm using the mod. Okay? It's not a cope. It's actually what's happening. Now we have to go figure out how to open the door from the... Oh, here it is. Open up permanently now. Can we open... Do we pick up the Pip-Boy or something? We're going to have to do that thing twice, apparently. Don't tell me we're going to have to use these things multiple times. I don't think it's working. Hold on, is there anything here? Doesn't work. It's fine. I can make this work. It's inaccessible. Here's how we're gonna do this. This game is vastly broken if you start me up. Simply a fact. Alright, we're gonna do game alterations. Unlock nearest door. There we go. I feel like maybe using start me up was the problem. Of course. Problem solved. Firing from the hip, I tend to miss a lot more, I noticed. See, mods and cheats still can't actually do anything. All skills max. Well, we have to get to the vault door somehow, so we got to the vault door, and that's what we needed for it. The rest of it, well, never said it worked flawlessly. Alright, let's see. All skills max, unlimited everything, you still fail. All skills aren't maxed. Okay. Nightbot is for Q's, because I'm not reading his name in full. He's just being an offensive asshole, because he's mad that we have mods, I guess. You don't go around naming yourself shit like that, unless you're a, fake piece of shit. He says, all skills maxed, unlimited everything, and I still fail. I can just show you all skills max, and already he's proven to be a liar. Okay, so if your skills are maxed, you have everything's at 10, and all perk points have been achieved, right? I don't see any 10s on that board. I don't see any 10s on that board. And then, leveling up, right? Look how much hasn't been picked yet. We're level 45 only. We're only level 45. There is no level cap to this game. So, like, level 1,000 would be the easy way to go, right? And he's over here acting like a bitch. We're going to throw you out of our chats. Bitch. That's kind of, see, I'm showcasing that because there are some truly stupid, retarded people in our chats. And they act like fools when they don't, when they get proven wrong. Oh god, why would Vault-Tec do this? So now we need to figure out exactly what the quest is. Rumor of a vault. Explore the vault. Let's see. Looking for... Here we go. Enter health history. I'm done. Oh, cardiac array. Life support. Pod occupant status. I know, remote override engaged. Okay. Norton Sean, pod override engaged. No traits. Okay. We need to explore the vault. What exactly are we looking for? So they're all dead. Well, it's not that. Got the cigarettes, cigar box. It's not going to be in the kitchen. I know that much. Ow. I'm not really sure what there else is to explore. Let's see. You wake up with a different person. Okay, alternate story. You wake up with the stream as a different person, not as the parent of Sean. Follows the alternate plotline. You release from the vault by mistake. You can be a pre or vault door starting Vault 11. At the terminal, select your own special stats and up to 20 traits. At the terminal, you can start as a wastelander and select. Just doing some quickly reading here. Questions? Do you have any warnings? Also, don't use other elements mods or. Okay, credits. At the terminal. Didn't say anything about. I'm thinking it's at that terminal and maybe we missed something. All because I want to do the main story. This is a stupid idea. This is a really stupid idea. Don't walk through electricity, guys. It shocks you. Okay. It's not in there. Not here. Alright, I guess we should pick some perks. Unsightly. That's me! Yay! Well, I'm running out of things to explore, guys. Explore the vault. Maybe the quest is vastly broken. Well, at this point, we won't be doing the main quest because we can't do Nick Valentine without finding out what's going on here. Wait, does this mean we can't get back out? Imagine we can't get back out either. Oh god, that would just be the worst. All the bugs are dead. Can't push this. Maybe. Fuck. Doesn't work. Okay. I tried. I genuinely tried. So we can't do the main quest. I wonder what that means. Does it mean we'll never beat the Institute? Alright. Let's go to main menu. Videos of the Wasteland? Hmm. Alright. We're not going to be able to get into the main quest, unfortunately. It looks like it's broken. But we tried. Alright, let's see. Trying to figure out like what could be causing the breaking of the quest. You know, I was thinking about the whole street fight thing, right? With you know who. Does that mean I'm a genuine threat? If they don't want, like, they're like, you're picking on him. Yeah, why is it lagging like that? What the fuck? Hold on. That actually burns my eyes a bit. I was thinking about that. Does that mean I'm actually a threat? I mean, you gotta look from two different perspectives. There's the Cyrax perspective and the troll perspective. Cyrax just want to fight because he knows he'll get his ass kicked. And the trolls don't want me to fight him because then their lulls go away. Does that mean I found the spot? The sweet spot that make them all panic? Everything's just lagging. Wonder if it's that latest mod that I added. We don't need to get in the Vault 1 level. We're never going to do the main quest. Oh, it's working now. It's all working. Actually, it's running smoother now. What the fuck? I don't really know what to do with that. I mean, on one hand, I'm not surprised, but on the other hand, it's like, I guess it is what it is. So we can't do the Eddie Winter stuff until, okay. So it looks like a lot of our quests get locked now as a result, guys. I don't really know what to say. I guess our playthrough ends here. No, no, no. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I am kidding. We still have plenty of other things that we can do. Hey, Fred. Hey, Donovan. Let's look at our quest lines. So we can't do getting a clue because Nick won't know how to help us until we actually have a reason for him to help us. Every option on there was nope, sorry, nothing. Basically, the courier from Skyrim, right? The reason why is because okay, we use Start Me Up. That way we don't have to be the main player at all, and we are an outsider looking into the situation. That's really what it boils down to. And I guess it broke the main quest. Something I was never aware was a problem. Because if you can still do the main quest, what's the deal? So apparently the main quest is impossible. That means getting a clue, and anything past that is no longer possible. The Institute will reign supreme to the end of the time. So getting a clue, we're not going to do. All Hallows Eve, broken. If we go do the mysterious signal, nothing plays. Ever. It's kind of irritating, actually. That's broken. Rumor Vault is the only reason we can't do getting a clue. It's weird because, like, the game makes it so that you actually have to find out about the Institute, or at least the Sean thing, in order to actually care. But the terminal's broken. So we can't do getting a clue until we do Rumor Vault. Rumor Vault is broken. Can't do that either. Okay, check the detective cases. Okay, that we can do. That we can do. So I guess we can start doing these. I guess that'll give us something to talk to Nick about. What is up with the map? It looks more colorful. I didn't install a Pip-Boy mod, did I? The Pip-Boy looks different on the map. Okie dokie. Let's go do some detective cases, guys. We'll give me a detective with Nick Valentine. Maybe. I'll think about it. Here's the problem. I do not know if he's locked into place by that other quest. Alright, let's go do this. Case Earl of Sterling disappearance. Client Vadim Babrov. After just another disappearing act to unravel, Earl Sterling, 25-year-old bartender at the Dugout Inn, one of the owners, Vadim Babrov, noticed that Earl hadn't been to work for a few days. Security was called in. No investigation, of course. The institute took him as the unofficial word about town, like always. Vadim came to my office half drunk with the sobs about how he and Earl went way back, and that he just can't believe that Earl would get snatched up by the boogeyman. My gut says he's right. Earl didn't have any enemies, at least none with a motive enough to kill the guy. He's not living with anyone either. So I'll have to see if Vadim or someone else in the dugout has his keys. I'd rather not have to explain to security why I was picking the lock on Earl's door if I slip up and get caught in the act. Alright. Obtain the key at Earl Sterling's house. Search his house for clues. Let's go break into a house. Let's do a B&E. Ada, do not shove me like that again, or I will end you. Make you wait on your fucking quest. What is that? Let's see. Oh, nothing. Nothing there. Let's see. Not really sure what we're looking for, but search his house for clues. Well, I'm not seeing a lot. It's a pretty empty house, actually. Let's see. Gotta be up here somewhere. This is Earl Sterling's house, right? Ooh. Mega Surgery Center, Reconstruction Surgery Facial. Procedure to be performed on character. Clearance of final installment payment. Patient Earl Sterling. Alright, let's get rid of all this other crap that I was carrying. Coffee cups. Let's do the coffee pot. Cracked glass bowl. Leg bones. Dinner tray. Gasp. Let's see. Looks like Fallout is too small a world, even. Yeah. Yo. I had this receipt. You know anything about it? I'm here for Dr. Crocker. Where is he? Let's barter. Let's see. You know what Starfield needs to do? They need to start churning out those DLCs and expand the game with them. Add actual habitable planets with their own secrets. That would have been nice. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. Let's get rid of all the booze. Bloatfly meat. Whiskey. Could you imagine adding a bunch of DLCs to Starfield to make it more interesting? I think there should be a community effort there. Possibly fans could possibly do what the devs of Bethesda can't. I know, right? Like, is that possible? On something that adds few new planets with actual fully fleshed out biospheres. Like, is that possible? I think anything's possible with mod support. I'm surprised they haven't done it yet. Investigate the Mega Surgery Center. We can't wait here? I like how they're just guarding the door. I'm running out of things to look at. Alright, let's see. So we can't wait. Alright, excuse me. Need it past you? Let's see. I don't know. Are you enjoying the... Oh. I don't know, maybe. Sure, means they're worried you'll take their lulls away, I guess. Again, 2023 completely changed my perspective on that matter. I think what's really hypocritical about it is like they claim they hate Cyrax, yet they defend him. Not interested. Investigate the Mega Surgery Center. I don't think there's anything else to explore. I notice the game is getting more and more broken as time goes on. Ah. Awful lot of blood really leading to the surgery center basement. Should I try to find my way down there? I'm glad I double checked. Let's see. Are you behind in the video? Is that what it is? Because we talked about, I asked that question a while ago. Yo. Easy now. It's over. Stop by Earl. End this peacefully. Well, who wants a lab coat? Doc Crocker chopped up Earl and then tried to hide it. See for yourself. It's not your fault. Earl, Crocker's a weird guy. You know, it's the first time they've really acknowledged the fact that biohazards are a thing. And they don't, you see them talk about that very much in games. Like, they just don't talk about it, it seems like. But you know it's a thing. He's like, I'll give up my left arm for a Pip Boy that goes on your left arm. He was chopped to bits by Doc Crocker. He's rotting somewhere as well. I'm not. Let's go find the gilded grasshopper. I'm not talking a lot right now because there's nothing to talk about. No one's saying hi. The chat's kind of quiet. And personally, I just. I'm fine, Donovan. I'm fine. I can take it like a champ. I'm not talking a whole lot right now because there's not really a lot to talk about. Chat's kind of quiet. No one's saying hello. A lot of days where there's nothing really going on in my chats. I mean, to be fair, it's normally trolls and douchebags anyway. I feel like YouTube has become a platform for douchebags. We're never alone. I feel like YouTube isn't really a place for commenters anymore. Like YouTube was once a beautiful place for people who want to create content. Now it's this environment where everybody's just toxic. So I don't really think of YouTube as a place to. I don't really think of YouTube as an environment for creating a following like it once was. I mean, don't get me wrong. In a lot of ways, YouTube is a great place to be. You can find a lot of nice people on YouTube, but overall, it's just a cesspool of what it used to be. YouTube, it's all about you, and that's not really the case anymore. Like I'm not complaining. I like being on YouTube, I really do. But at the same time, it's like I don't know. It's just I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to describe it. I really don't. I just it's not the same anymore. And I guess there's disappointment there because I was always hoping YouTube would be a place where I could build my community. And I was hoping that after a point, like maybe things would be better than they are. I guess way to put it. But that's not the case. Like YouTube is just everyone who shows up is just toxic. And it's like they're not toxic because they hate me. They're toxic in general for the dumbest reasons possible. Like some of these people don't have good reasons to do and say the shit that they do. Like some people come in here and make fun of your weight. That's never been needed to hold a mature conversation. Like making fun of people's weight just makes like it's like the most man childish thing you can do. And then there are some people that come in here and they complain that you use mods in a game that has mods built in. Like the game, like Fallout 4 has full on console mod support, and they're whining like a bitch because apparently they don't like that. Why are you tuning in and watching if you don't like it? Son of a bitch. That's the first death we've had in a while too. Um, like I don't understand that one. Then there's people who are so invested in being a cunt to you while obsessing about how you spend your finances. Like it really does blow my mind that there are people that will literally sit there and spend all their time whining about where your finances come from. Like, what's the point in acting like you're better than somebody if it's about something so ridiculous? Like, everybody's making muscle, or everybody's making money. But what's funny about money is that most of the time, money's coming from a hustle. Everyone's got a hustle, too. Most of the time, it's never an actual job because actual jobs don't do shit for you. So, like, why are we complaining about where people make money? You know what I mean? Like, it just feels like the dumbest thing humanly possible. And yet, somehow, conveniently, these idiots will show up in our chats and do just that. They'll be like, you don't have a job. You're such a loser. Do you realize back in the day, you were a loser for having a job? Like, these are some wannabe jocks acting like they're better than you because they have a job. I have never heard a dumber flex in all my life. Like, to be a cunt just because you have a job, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think the insult works, but then you have these retards that show up and they actually act like that somehow, like, like that somehow makes them great or something. Like, I don't know, man. I just seems like a dumb flex. Then there's other people. Oh my god, there's so many other people. Then there's other people that will whine because they don't like your gameplay, but they'll insist on sitting there the whole time watching it. Then there's other people that don't like you. In general, they hate your content and they'll sub to you. They sub just to be a cunt the whole time. I guess what I'm getting at is there's some truly stupid people in my live chats. And then as an honest criticism, because if I didn't like somebody's content, I wouldn't tune in. That would make sense. I think COVID-19 was a virus that made everybody stupid. Because if you ask me, ever since COVID-19 happened, these people have become a plague. Like there's so many of them. It's like dealing with a Walking Dead. It's like dealing with an army of zombies. Except the zombies can talk. They're brain dead. They have no cells inside their skull, and it's all just brain rot that they're focusing their logic off of. But like, read Food for the Grasshopper. Okay, let's do that. I just don't understand the legit stupidity of people. Let's see. Shem Drown made it May 25th, 1742, I guess. My brethren and fellow grasshoppers, Phil and Ye, year 1753. I think that's a 7. I think that's a 1. I'm not sure. Alright, just on the banks of Charles the Forever rest Mary Master Shem. There can fun find a life's worth. Not entirely sure what to do with that. But yeah, like YouTube used to be a great place. Now it's just filled with brain dead idiots. And I think my problem with it is that YouTube used to be about creators. Now it's about getting attention the wrong way. Like there's a bunch of mentally ill nut jobs on the YouTube platform. And YouTube is slowly getting worse about that too. Fear not, the devil's iron makes the blade, he who wields can make it wicked. Drown. I guess we'll just leave this here. Is the Pip-Boy changing or something? Like, what's happening here? I feel like there was a Pip-Boy. We added that one mod, the doors to the Vault 111. That's not a Pip-Boy. That's not. That doesn't change. Or we added the Vault 111 door mod, and it changed the whole Pip-Boy for some reason. It looks better. Don't get me wrong. Let's see. If you think about it, these were the same people who once upon a time used to obsess over tabloids and daytime talk shows. Like everything these days is just based around scandals and controversy and sensationalism. Do you think they'll die? Like, do you think they'll become so brain dead they'll just end up dying? Because, like, at that point, in mass, I hope they all fuck off. I don't feel bad about that either. It's like, if Varys said that 98% of the world's population is going to go before very long, like, we're going to lose 98% of the world's population. We're still going to be here, apparently, too, after it's over. But when you become so brain dead, I honestly think that's what COVID-19 did. I think COVID-19 made people brain dead. Because the more time goes on, the stupider they seem to become. And then what happens? Eventually, you forget how your body's supposed to function. I don't know what the message was, but you retracted it before I could see it. These people that are becoming stupider by the month at this point, think about it. Eventually, they forget how to swallow. They forget how their tongue works. They forget how to know how to breathe. And then they all just start dropping like flies. We'll have to clean up the mess, don't get me wrong. Mass graves in every continent. But, like, is that what we're supposed to expect next? Because there's no way people can be this stupid and survive for very much longer. Maybe not passing, but certainly incapacitated and useless in real life. Synonym for passing. Ah, got you. Got you. Well, I just wonder how these people could even exist. Yo. Yeah, what's going on? Don't worry, we'll take care of it. Alright. I guess we're going to Corvega again. Let's see. Like, we got nothing to worry about in real life because they're just busy in their pods or in their closet-sized apartments just watching YouTube, eating Cheetos and energy drinks. That's the thing, dude. That's the thing. They make fun of me for the way I choose to live. Like, I'm only eating hot dogs that are microwaved because I don't have a lot of dishware. This is not publicly known. It is now. I don't have a lot of dishware. I don't have pots and pans and all that other stuff because the budget I have is so limited. Nobody cares about that. Nobody wants to fix that. So it is what it is. But I also have very, very limited options for food. I've been surviving off donations pretty much at this point because no one's hiring. I can't go rob a bank. I'll go to jail if I do that. And then on top of it all, I can't force an employer to hire me. So every employer is saying no. They're not even giving good reasons either. The reasons they have are so stupid, it's not even funny. So I'm stuck with this predicament. How do I afford food? I'm scraping to get by. No one cares about how to fix that. They just make fun of you for it. They act like they're better than you. Like, they act like you're not trying hard enough. Yes, I am. And it's actually pissed me off to the point where I don't want to look for work no more. If you say I don't have a job and I'm losing for it, go fuck yourself. Because I'm not going to keep looking for work when no one wants me. Like, 6 to 9 months is long enough. 500 applications is too much. No one gets back to you. When they do, you're not good enough to work here because you're not black. Fuck black people then. Fucking those people go where the fuck they want. Ever since BLM showed up. But then, we're being serious here, right? We're being serious? So then, I'm sitting here forced to eat nothing but microwave hot dogs off slices of bread, like makeshift hot dogs. I can't even buy actual hot dog buns. And they're making fun of me for it. If you're just going to make fun of me, we're going to ban you. But then, it gets better. Then they start bitching. Like a bunch of little fucking whiny-ass little fucking man-children. Oh, you don't believe in free speech. That's not free speech, bro. That's called being a cunt. If you're going to be a cunt, you can have free speech on your own channel. I'm not stopping you from operating on YouTube. I'm stopping you from being a cunt here. No one needs it. YouTube is a place where creators are supposed to flourish. You create content, people support you, or they don't tune in at all. It's one of the two. If you don't like somebody, you don't tune in. If you don't like them, you won't be around. That's fair. But some people might, right? And so I'm sitting here, why the fuck would I let you be in my chat if you can act like a bitch? Forgive my wording. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be someone's punching bag. That gets to you. That fucks with your head after a point. So I sit here and what I do is I ban them out. Trolls have no place here. But then you have to realize something. YouTube has become a cesspool that is literally 85% trolls. I say 85% because that's been about the ratio we've seen. 85% trolls, 15% actual people. What happened to the good old days? And then I started thinking. I started really thinking, right? I realized that the reason why these big YouTubers have so much support is they don't have that much support. They're using bot commenters. I would so do that too. You know why? Because at least then you're making revenue off the bot comments. YouTube doesn't care if it's true or not. All they care about is, does it look like people are watching? Does it promote their platform? That's the reality. So I'm just at a point where I'm just trying to make do with what I have at my disposal, making my videos work for me, etc. But I'm having to deal with so many a-holes. We have a bigger ban list than we have a follower list. We have a bigger ban list than we do have followers. That's insane. That's because everyone who comes in here acts like they're mentally ill. Like, it's not normal behavior to go into a chat and just start degrading somebody because you're bored. That's why everybody hated GTA for the longest time. People couldn't just play the game. They wanted to grief people because they couldn't handle waiting for a DLC for 6 months. And think about that. That's the level of stupidity we're dealing with. They're the same level of stupid people. Because GTA, they couldn't handle the fact that there was going to be a DLC in 6 months. They wanted it right then and there. These are grown-ass adults, too. And so they started attacking people in the game, making sure nobody can have any fun. That's why GTA 6, dude, I don't really know if GTA 6 can be a thing. Because they're stalling for a reason. They know they can milk you dry with GTA 5, knowing you're just going to grief. You're going to go to the game and try to root for everybody else. But you're still playing the game. And when you're playing the game, you're still having Rockstar a free paycheck. Think about it. You don't even have to even ever get GTA 6 because they know you're going to tune into GTA 5 because you're a bitch. All GTA 5 players have become bitches at some point because all they do is whine and complain. Not only that, they also rip off viewers and scam and clickbait nonstop. GTA's fan base is such a crock of shit. Like they're the scummiest human beings in existence. But hey, Rockstar knows they don't have to give you shit. That's why they're stalling. Dude, they're going to delay that game at least a few more times. At least a few more times. You know they're going to. And honestly, what are you going to do about it? What is anyone going to do about it? Nothing. They're just going to whine, bitch, complain, grief everybody who's trying to enjoy the game that they do have. And then before you know it, Rockstar makes a killing in the fucking market. I mean, the reality is that people are scum. Yeah, YouTube has just become a toxic, vile place to be. And people wonder why I have this opinion. Because it's true. YouTube is just a cesspool now. But somehow it's like bad to feel that way. Twitch is so bad that they're actually shutting down their platform. Like they're banning everybody because they're about to shut down. I mean, really think about that too. Twitch is actually closing down everything because it got that bad. It got that bad. Let's go get the rest of them. Put the foot on the neck and just go. There we go. We're out of ammo. There's one above us. Let's see. Yeah, I guess it's just hard to take YouTube seriously as a platform for creators when it's got an environment that's so disgusting. And then you get criticized for having that opinion. They're like, you're not allowed to have that opinion. You're not allowed to exist, but yet you do. Like, people that are that stupid should not be allowed to have here's what I think. I know it's gonna be considered controversial, but like at this point, I know it's gonna be considered controversial, but here's my opinion. If you don't have common sense, you should not have the right to vote. If you don't have common sense, you should not have any rights at all. That's man, woman, whatever skin color you are, whatever religion you practice, etc. If you do not have common sense, you should be asked 5 common sense answers. Five. 5 common sense answers. Okay? If you cannot answer all 5, not 4, not 1, 5. All 5 answers. They should be answers that are especially specific to what's going on nowadays. I mean, you could always ask different questions depending on the times, but what's common sense? If you cannot answer all 5 correctly, you should not have any rights. You should not have the right to use the internet. God fucking forbid, okay? You should not have the ability to have your own voice. You should not be allowed to work. You should not be allowed to do anything. You sit in a pod all day or a cage and you're treated like you are. Because animals, feral dogs, don't know common sense. Therefore, if you do not have common sense, you should be treated like a feral dog. And yes, that includes being put down at some point. That's anybody. If you're also, it should apply to people who are above the age of 18. Because when you're under 18, you're still young and stupid. Kids make that mistake all the time. I'm not saying kids. I'm saying if you are 18 or older and you don't have common sense, you should not have any rights. No right to have an opinion. No right to have use of the internet. No right to work. No American rights of any kind. No right to vote. Last thing we need is stupid people voting. Like, realistically, that is the last thing we need is people with no common sense voting and ruining our actual economy and our actual politics. Politics are not really exactly what I would call the most sincere place for people. But if we're going to have political discussions, people need to have common sense. If you can't answer 5 common sense questions, get every single one of them right, you're not a human being. That's how it should be. Because animals don't know common sense. And I say all 5 because if you can't keep your brain going for 5 simple questions, you're probably not good to have in society. Society is a messed up place with way too many stupid people in charge. I mean, think about it. You get those kinds of rules in place, you would have a lot less stupid people running the show. People like to call me a bad guy for saying that kind of shit. I don't regret it. I think that we should actually have those kinds of laws in place, so that only people with intelligence are in charge. I don't know what that says. I can't read that kind of language. He got banned for not speaking English. Nice, Nightbot. He's contributing to racism here. Nightbot's like, that's not in English. You're going out the window. Sorry that Nightbot is a racist. I didn't know. I had no idea. What are you sharing there? I don't know what that is. I've been trying to figure it out slowly. Hey, William, what are you sharing there? I don't know what that is. That doesn't look in any way familiar to me, so I'm not sure what that is. He's just gonna get all quiet when I ask him. Typical. I feel like we're going this way. I guess we can go this way, maybe? Okay, go down. Okay. Now we gotta go up. Okay. Let's see. He didn't answer my question, but I'm not really sure. He comes out of the toilet and gets blown to smithereens. Funny. William, what are you sharing there, buddy? No, I'm genuinely curious. Like, I'm not sure what that is. That could be anything at this point. Is that a phone number? Social security number? Is that just random numbers, I guess? Could be a countdown of some kind, but he doesn't know how to count down, I guess. Maybe it's a. Well, it doesn't look like an address. Maybe it's a birthday. The year 900, though. I don't really think it's a birthday. What else could it be? Also, I don't think any month has three digits in it, so I don't think that works either. And then what else could it be? Could be could be nonsense. Maybe he's retarded. That idiot has been showing up in our live chats, dropping those numbers repeatedly for the last couple of weeks, and I don't know what those numbers are to. At one point, it was alluded that maybe it was a social security number, but we don't share that shit on our channel, if that's the case. So I'd have to ban him if that was the truth of it. Terminated. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out what he's sharing, and it just because I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm curious. You know, curiosity does happen to be a thing. but I don't know, he hasn't been answering lately. He'll just drop it and then get really quiet. Isn't that name belong to a guy from Cinema's group? It's funny if Bill, right? It's Bill. It's one of the people that they're targeting, and then Bill's just stupid because he's like, oh, they might be my friends. Bill's an idiot. It's whatever. I tried to explain to him, and he told me off one time. So like, I was just not gonna help him. Let him get harassed. I could care less. But but I was kind of thinking about it, right? Like, nah, it's not even important anymore. I mean, to an extent, there is some curiosity there, but like Bill Chaffin or Chaffin, I don't know how to pronounce it. Bill Chaffin's one of the new targets of Rank Material. Rank Material is a pedophile group that likes to harass people for fun. And I'm just kind of thinking to myself, okay, well, let's say it is a guy, a troll from the It Cinemas group, right? First of all, that would mean it's a pedophile doing that, right? Pedophiles don't like me because I call them out on their bullshit. But what I find kind of interesting is that it's a guy from Cinema's group. Well, I'm pretty sure Cinemas has a lot of my information. So how are they fucking it up if it's my information? It's not my information, clearly. So like, I'm just questioning like, are they all just are they going stupid or something? Like my information was stolen from me and shared by predatory people several times over. And if they have your information, they shouldn't be getting your information wrong. If it is a social or something like that, right? So what I don't understand is, well, I don't understand the point. Unless they're just getting dumber, and if that's the case, cool. They'll swallow their tongues before very long. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of ways to look at that. Not right now. Yeah, long story short, I'm just not sure what to do with it because I don't know what he's sharing. And when I ask, he doesn't say anything now. Like, he gets really quiet now when I ask him. They would just make all those blocked words. We don't need to be sharing anything with numbers on here. They are dead. Oh, dear God. Oh, I gotta go. I'll be back later, guys. Peace out. Adios.